Chapter 264. When Yi Hao heard that he could sell martial Dao crystals, he was immediately tempted. To him, martial Dao crystals were experience stones. No matter how much he was given, he would not complain about it. Then Yi Hao suppressed this thought. Just like what Chen Zixiao said, he still had to be able to keep the control pill. Not to mention a martial god, even if a martial sage came, he would still be dead. Do you think that if you take out the control pill, others won't be tempted? Don't lose your life before you can earn martial Dao crystals. Yi Hao couldn't help but say. Chen Zixiao's heart trembled, and a pile of sweat suddenly appeared on his head. Lord is right, blame me for being greedy. If this control pill was taken out, it would definitely cause a huge wave in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Chen Zixiao really didn't have the confidence to keep it. Then Lord, why didn't you give it to me just now? Then I wouldn't have to swear. Chen Zixiao suddenly asked gloomily. This control pill has a limit. It can only control martial artists of the same level or lower than your own level. It will lose its effect on martial artists of a higher level. Yi Hao explained. Chen Zixiao felt bitter in his heart. Why was he so unlucky? But I still have a way to make money. Yi Hao suddenly said with a smile. What? Chen Zixiao asked quickly. What is this? Seeing Yi Hao take out a bottle of white wine, Chen Zixiao asked puzzledly. Yi Hao said with a smile, take a sip and taste it. Chen Zixiao glanced at Yi Hao and carefully took the bottle. He opened it and took a sip. He asked uncertainly, this is wine? How do you feel? Yi Hao's erguitu was good. This was the first time it was drunk by a martial emperor. The taste is indeed better than the wine in the Myriad Kingdom continent, but... Chen Zixiao finished drinking and hesitated. But what? Yi Hao asked curiously. Without martial Dao power, it will definitely not be easy to sell. At most, it can be sold for gold and silver treasures. Chen Zixiao gave his suggestion. Martial Dao power again. For the martial artists of the Myriad Kingdom continent, the higher their cultivation, the lesser their need for food. Therefore, when using things, they paid more attention to the power of martial arts. What if I extract the blood essence of magical beasts into this wine? Yi Hao closed his eyes and pondered. He despised the wine from his previous life. That's one way. Chen Zixiao's eyes lit up. Even if it affects the taste of the wine, it's still better than the wine from the Myriad Kingdom continent. I'll leave this matter to you. Our main goal is to earn martial Dao crystals. Yi Hao directly exchanged a few thousand bottles of martial Dao crystals. Anyway, it didn't cost much reputation points. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Zixiao's spatial ring couldn't hold them all, Yi Hao would have wanted to exchange for more. Yi Hao took out 100 martial Dao crystals and 2 pills from Chen Zixiao's ring in case of an emergency. I will make it up to you in the future, Yi Hao promised as he returned the ring to Chen Zixiao. No need, my lord. Chen Zixiao originally thought that Yi Hao would rob him of all his things. In the end, Yi Hao didn't, which made him feel very relieved. Chen Zixiao looked at the erguitu in the spatial ring and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, so much. You go and see if it's selling well. If it's selling well, I will send you more, Yi Hao said to Chen Zixiao. Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely help you earn a lot of martial Dao crystals, Chen Zixiao promised excitedly. Oh right, I have a business genius here. If you are too busy, you can look for him. Yi Hao gave the address of Yanghuang City to Chen Zixiao. Similarly, he had his own secret code. Okay. Chen Zixiao glanced at the map and kept it in the spatial ring. Oh right, my lord. This voice transmission talisman is for you. If you need anything, you can send me a message directly. Chen Zixiao took out a jade token from the spatial ring and handed it to Yi Hao. This is the voice transmission talisman. Yi Hao took the voice transmission talisman. It was just a small white jade token. There was nothing special about it. As long as my lord injects the message into the voice transmission talisman with your spiritual power, I will be able to receive the message. Chen Zixiao didn't forget to explain to Yi Hao. So magical. Yi Hao was a little surprised. How was this different from the mobile phones in his previous life? Yi Hao immediately said something into the voice transmission talisman. In the next second, the voice transmission talisman in Chen Zixiao's hand flashed white. Yi Hao immediately took it to check. It really works. Yi Hao saw the message in his mind. It was sent by him. Do you have more of this? Yi Hao immediately asked. If there were enough voice transmission talismans, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient for Yi Hao to control his subordinates. This is only a low-level voice transmission talisman. It costs 20 low-level martial arts spirit stones. I only have 3 pairs. I have already used 1 pair and given it to those 2 beasts. Other than this pair, there is only 1 pair left. Chen Zixiao immediately took out the remaining pair of voice transmission talismans. Alright, I'll have to trouble you to bring this one back to the Flame Dragon Empire and give it to someone called Guan Yu. Yi Hao took out one of the sound transmission talismans and handed the other one back to Chen Zixiao. Don't worry, my lord. I will do it immediately. Chen Zixiao said. Okay, I will go first. Be careful. Yi Hao saw that it was getting late and said to Chen Zixiao. Subordinate respectfully sees you off, my lord. Chen Zixiao immediately knelt on the ground and said. Yi Hao was not in a hurry to return to the Wan Shou sect. Instead, he flew towards Xie Chunyu's small courtyard. Who is it? When Yi Hao flew near the small courtyard, he heard Yuan Guopeng's shout. Seeing Yi Hao, Yuan Guopeng could not help but let down his guard and asked worriedly, Where have you been? Yesterday, I saw a ray of light and I chased after it. Later, countless experts appeared and I hid. I only rushed back when the experts left. Yi Hao had already made up an excuse and said. So you also went. I actually did not see you. However, the battle afterwards was really thrilling. Later, it seems that the martial god intervened and stopped the battle. Yuan Guopeng did not think much and said with lingering fear. At the beginning, everything was fine. He did not know why the battle suddenly broke out. Even the martial emperor did not dare to intervene, let alone a small Emperor Wu. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately ran back. Moreover, that old thing also went. I hope he can be beaten to death. Thinking that the current sect leader also went, Yuan Guopeng could not help but smile and curse. Okay, you two have finished catching up. Now, we should return to the Wan Shou sect. Yi Hao saw Yuan Guopeng's fat hand holding Xie Chunyu and Xie Chunyu nestled in Yuan Guopeng's embrace. Yi Hao said with a smile. Xie Chunyu blushed and said to Yuan Guopeng, Senior Martial Brother, Brother Xia is right. You should go back quickly. Don't arouse that bastard's suspicion. I don't care about the two of you. You two continue chatting. I will go back first. Yi Hao looked at the two of them being intimate and smiled helplessly. Chapter 265. I thought you forgot, Yi Hao said with a smile. Senior brother, you actually did such a thing for me, Xie Chunyu said emotionally, her eyes red. But I have to kill him first, then follow you. Yuan Guopeng said with a serious face. His life was given to him by his master, so he had to avenge his father's death. Do you need help? People like Yuan Guopeng had their own pride, especially when it came to revenge. No need, I can prepare it myself. Yuan Guopeng looked at Yi Hao's cultivation. Although he didn't understand how Yi Hao could fight with a revered martial artist, the current sect leader was at the peak of Emperor Wu. If Yuan Guopeng wasn't a match for him, Yi Hao wouldn't be a match either. Senior brother, I want to kill him with my own hands. Xie Chunyu knew the real murderer of her father and wanted to kill him immediately, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Junior sister, don't mess around. Leave this matter to me. Yuan Guopeng said seriously. He was really worried that Xie Chunyu would be impulsive and really go after the current sect leader. How troublesome. Let me help you kill him, Yi Hao said softly as he watched the two of them fight. Yuan Guopeng and Xie Chunyu looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. Obviously, they didn't believe in Yi Hao's strength. Let's go back to the Thousand Beasts sect. Yi Hao took the lead and flew towards the Thousand Beasts sect. System. I want to summon Emperor Wu, Yi Hao said to the system. The current sect leader of the Thousand Beasts sect was at the peak of Emperor Wu's strength. If Wu Song came, he wouldn't be enough, so he had to summon a general at Emperor Wu's level. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 5 million resurrection points. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Zhongfei. Senior brother, is this Yi Hao reliable? Xie Chunyu grabbed Yuan Guopeng and asked worriedly. Yuan Guopeng was speechless. Didn't you find him? I just got in touch with him. But I'm not familiar with him, Xie Chunyu said embarrassedly. Yuan Guopeng was stunned. Then why are you with him? Who is he? Xie Chunyu hurriedly told him everything. Yuan Guopeng frowned and pondered. Suddenly, he shouted. Emperor Wu's majesty disappeared instantly. What? The emperor of a duchy? Yuan Guopeng could not figure out how the emperor of a duchy, who suddenly received the favor of the heavens and obtained the imperial jade seal, could have a martial honorable under him. But in the end, he was only a person at the bottom of the 10,000 kingdoms continent. Who is he? Yuan Guopeng had originally guessed that Yi Hao was a descendant of a big family. But now, it seemed that he had no idea if his guess was correct. Whatever, let's go to the 10,000 Beasts sect first. If he can really kill that bastard, we can't miss this opportunity. Yuan Guopeng really couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Senior brother, bring me along. I want to go too. Xie Chunyu pleaded to Yuan Guopeng. Yuan Guopeng couldn't refuse and could only agree. Xie Hao, where have you been? The sect master is looking for you. Yi Hao had just returned to the outer sect when Elder Mo immediately came looking for him. Looking for me? Yi Hao was a little surprised. He hadn't gone looking for him yet, but he had come looking for him. Could it be that he had found out that he was with Yuan Guopeng? I think the sect master values your talent. Hurry up and go. You must seize this opportunity. Elder Mo was sincerely happy for Yi Hao. All right, I'll go now. Yi Hao nodded. Following Elder Mo's guidance, he flew in the direction of the sect master's peak. Martial Spirit Realm. Elder Mo was slightly stunned when he saw Yi Hao flying in the air. He had always thought that Yi Hao was only in the Martial King realm. However, only martial spirits could fly in the air. So, it could only mean that Yi Hao had reached the Martial Spirit realm. This kid is really extraordinary. Looking at Yi Hao's back, Elder Mo thought in relief. Yi Hao flew up to the sect master's peak. It was the tallest mountain in the Thousand Beasts sect. A golden hall sat on top of the mountain. Yi Hao had thought that the sect master's peak would be bustling with noise and excitement. However, Yi Hao realized that the sect master's peak was very quiet. There wasn't even a single person. Since you're here, come in. Just as Yi Hao was puzzled, an old voice suddenly came from the depths of the hall. There's something wrong with this voice. Yi Hao listened to this voice. Although it was still so majestic, it seemed to be mixed with weakness. It was as if it was forcefully faked. It was still very different from the previous voice. Yi Hao walked closer to the golden hall. The entire hall was made of gold. However, it was spacious inside. Bang! Suddenly, there was the sound of a door closing. Yi Hao turned around and realized that the golden door was already closed. What the hell is this old man doing? Follow me. The doors of the golden hall were closed. The entire hall was dark. Suddenly, a person stood up from the throne and said, "Let's see what you're up to." Yi Hao's eyes lit up as he followed him. Following the sect master's guidance, Yi Hao walked into the depths of the hall. He saw a hole in the ground. "Come down." As if he knew that Yi Hao was hesitating, the sect master's voice came from below. Blood. Could this old man be injured? Yi Hao unintentionally smelled the scent of blood in the air. Although it had been hidden, Yi Hao was still able to detect it. Stop trying to be mysterious. Let's see what you're up to. Yi Hao was alerted as he stepped into the hole. Is this guy a rat? After entering the hole, Yi Hao realized that there was a long stone staircase. He could only see a few meters ahead of him. There was no light at all. Whoosh. A voice suddenly sounded. Yi Hao didn't care about anything else and immediately dodged to the side. Bam! An unknown object hit the stone wall, causing some rocks to fall. Martial spirit realm. Not bad. The heavens are on my side. It saved me a lot of effort. Suddenly, there was a creepy laughter coming from below. Old man, what are you doing? Yi Hao went closer to the stone wall and realized that the thing that attacked him was a chain as thick as a fist. Not bad. This body is not bad. It's really made for me. The sect master seemed to be talking to himself. He did not pay any attention to Yi Hao. Damn, this old man. Don't tell me he has some bad habits. Hearing the sect master's words, Yi Hao could not help but feel a chill. Kid, come down. I'll teach you some skills. Seeing that Yi Hao did not dare to come down, the sect master immediately tempted him. After all, when it came to soul stealing, the less the person resisted, the higher the chance of success. Initially, he wanted to train Yi Hao for a while. After all, Yi Hao's martial king realm was too low. If it were not for the fact that he was injured again, he would not have acted so hastily. Chapter 266. Guo Shangjin's own talent was not very good, and he could only cultivate to the peak of Emperor Wu in his lifetime. Therefore, he was always shrouded in the halo of his senior brother, and his master only favored Xie Chunyu's father. However, he was still diligent until one day, his master really decided to hand over the Thousand Beast sect to Xie Chunyu's father. At that time, he was completely enraged, and he wanted to kill his master. One night, when his master was cultivating, he suddenly attacked, and when his master was not paying attention, he killed his master with his own hands. Then, he covered up the truth and attributed his master's death to cultivation deviation, and he successfully became the Thousand Beast sect's sect master. He originally thought that he could get along well with his senior brother, and he would be the Thousand Beast sect's peak master, and his senior brother would be the martial peak master. However, things did not go according to plan. His senior brother somehow found out that he killed his master, and wanted to cripple his cultivation and chase him out of the Thousand Beast sect. It was not easy for him to become the Thousand Beast sect's sect master, and the Thousand Beast sect's resources were all for him to use. How could he be willing to give up all of this? If his cultivation was crippled, not to mention whether his enemies would let him go, he did not even dare to imagine what would happen. He put down his dignity as the sect master and knelt down to beg his senior brother, but his senior brother did not plan to let him go. He once again wanted to kill, but this time, it was not so smooth. In the end, he killed his senior brother, but in fact, he was also seriously injured. The reason he let Yuan Guopeng go was not because he was indecisive, but because he could not take out the strength to deal with Yuan Guopeng, but in the end, he used his aura to scare Yuan Guopeng. Although his cultivation base hadn't declined in the past few years, his life force had been rapidly depleted. At most, in another 10 years, he would die. He thought that this was his retribution, and Yuan Guopeng was the only successor of his branch. Because he did not have any disciples, he let go of his killing intent towards Yuan Guopeng. At the same time, he also had the intention of nurturing Yuan Guopeng, and wanted to nurture Yuan Guopeng into the next sect master. Otherwise, Yuan Guopeng would not have been able to develop so smoothly. In the Thousand Beast sect, Yuan Guopeng was almost the most dignified person besides himself. All of this was under his tacit consent. Just as he was preparing to spend the rest of his life like this, a training experience unexpectedly allowed him to obtain a secret technique. Heaven-defying soul-stealing art. The more he looked at it, the more pleasantly surprised he became. This was simply a gift from the heavens. As long as he cultivated this heaven-defying soul-seizing art, he could abandon this body and seize a soul to be reborn. Although it was very dangerous, compared to the little life he had left, all the opportunities were worth the risk. Therefore, he cultivated with all his might. A month ago, he finally understood it. After successfully cultivating it, he would need a body whose soul he had seized. He knew that he was ambitious. At his level, he was naturally aware of the importance of talent. That was why he was unwilling to seize an ordinary body. That was why he had asked the elders to accept disciples. Originally, the Thousand Beasts sect would not accept disciples so casually, but casting a big net to catch a big fish, all he needed was a genius. Originally, He thought that it would be very good if he could find a genius with 2 upper ranks, who knew that God seemed to really care for him and actually sent him a genius with a perfect physique. Therefore, from that moment on, the person he wanted to seize the soul of was Yi Hao. Although the lower the realm of the person whose soul was seized, the higher the chance of success, he was in the realm of Emperor Wu. He really did not care about the realm of Martial King. Therefore, he wanted to train Yi Hao first. No matter how low he was, he had to be in the realm of martial spirit. Who knew that when the treasure appeared, in a moment of greed, he would directly trigger his old injury in order to resist the aura of a powerhouse. This undoubtedly forced him to bring forward his plan. Although Yi Hao was only a martial king, with his cultivation experience and Yi Hao's talent, he would definitely be able to quickly return to the realm of Emperor Wu. However, God still cared for him. This Yi Hao actually hid his strength. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. All right. Yi Hao smiled sinisterly. He used the art of concealment to completely hide his aura. At the same time, he summoned Zhong Fei. Yi Hao transmitted his voice to Zhong Fei. Zhong Fei, go in front of that old man and kill him. Although Yi Hao believed that Zhong Fei could kill Guoshong Jin, after all, both of them were at the peak of Emperor Wu. Of course, the more convenient it was, the happier Yi Hao would be. Why do I feel that there's something wrong with the aura? When Zhong Fei was summoned, Guoshong Jin sensed the fluctuations in the air and immediately questioned him. Who else is there? Suddenly, the whole cave lit up. Guoshong Jin did not care about anything else and directly attacked Zhong Fei. You old bastard, take this spear of yours. Since he was discovered, Zhong Fei stopped pretending. Fighting to his heart's content was in line with his personality. Zhong Fei roared in anger as he charged forward excitedly. Peak of Emperor Wu. Feeling Zhong Fei's aura exploding out, Guoshong Jin immediately swept towards Zhong Fei's neck. Bang! Their weapons clashed together in an instant. Guoshong Jin was immediately pushed back a few meters, but Zhong Fei was completely fine. He laughed excitedly. Old bastard, you can't do it either. Watch me cut off your head and give it to my master. How can he be so powerful? Although they were both at the peak of Emperor Wu, Guoshong Jin knew that he was no match for Zhong Fei from the exchange just now. He was secretly shocked. Die. Zhong Fei's snake spear attacked Guoshong Jin hundreds of times in a single breath. Although Guoshong Jin could quickly defend himself, his speed was not as good as Zhong Fei's. His body was instantly filled with wounds. Not good. Guoshong Jin felt that if this continued, his old injuries would be triggered, and he would definitely die here. Run. Guoshong Jin made up his mind. He threw the weapon in his hand to Zhong Fei and immediately began to run. Old bastard, you can't do it anymore. Seeing that Guoshong Jin was about to run, Zhong Fei suddenly changed his speed. I've had enough fun. Die. Zhong Fei's snake spear was filled with powerful martial arts power. It slashed down diagonally and slashed through Guoshong Jin's neck. Bang! Guoshong Jin's body smashed into the ground. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring Emperor Wu's peak expert. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million experience. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500,000 soul points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-defying soul-stealing art. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, Martial Spirit level 9. Zhong Fei's sudden outburst shocked Yi Hao. Sure enough, Third Master Zhong's reputation was not false. At the same level, he could easily crush him. Yi Hao was originally worried that Zhong Fei would not be able to take down Guoshong Jin in a short period of time. Seeing Guoshong Jin run away, Yi Hao could not help but feel anxious. He did not expect Zhong Fei to not use his full strength. And now that he had broken through again, Yi Hao sighed. This was 1 million experience points, and only allowed him to level up once. How was he going to live in the future? Chapter 267. This old man is too cunning. He wants to steal my body. Yi Hao finished reading the introduction of the heaven-defying soul-stealing art. No wonder he revealed his talent that day. This old man was weird. He had been confident of defeating him from the very beginning. But this skill was indeed heaven-defying. It could even steal one's soul and be reborn. Although it was cruel and required one to steal an innocent person's body. However, the martial Tao was just that cruel. In the martial Tao, the survival of the fittest and the survival of the strong had become the foregone conclusion of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Ding dong, learn heaven-defying soul-stealing art? Yes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for learning. Yi Hao glanced at the skill and kept it in the corner of his space. This old man, as the sect leader of the Thousand Beasts sect, how can he not have anything? Yi Hao walked up to Guoshongjin and took his interspatial ring. This old man has quite a lot of things, but they were basically useless to him, and he did not even have any high-level cultivation skills. Yi Hao had already memorized Chen Zixiao's 3 skills. When he had the time, he would copy them down and give them to Wu Song and the others to cultivate. Oh no, the door is closed. Xia Hao is probably dead. Yuan Guopeng flew back to the Thousand Beasts sect with Xie Chunyu. On the way, he met Elder Mo. After learning that Yi Hao was summoned by the sect leader, the two of them rushed over without stopping. Senior apprentice brother, what should we do? Xie Chunyu asked Yuan Guopeng anxiously as she looked at the closed golden door. No matter what, I can't let him die. Yuan Guopeng's face was solemn as he threw out a punch at the golden door. Boom. There was a loud sound, but the golden door did not budge. Senior apprentice brother, I heard from Dad that there's a formation on this golden hall that can block the attacks of martial grand emperors, Xie Chunyu recalled. Boom. Boom. Yuan Guopeng tried twice more, unwilling to give up. But the golden door still did not budge. What should we do? Yuan Guopeng was very anxious. If he delayed any longer, Yi Hao would be in more danger. Xia Hao, you can't die. As long as you can live, I, Yuan Guopeng, will obey you. Xia Hao, I've let you down. You have to live. Xie Chunyu was a kind person. If it weren't for her, Yi Hao wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. She couldn't help but cup her fists and pray. Are you serious? Suddenly, the golden door opened from the inside, and Yi Hao's hearty laughter rang out. Xia Hao, you're fine. Yuan Guopeng and Li Chia looked at Yi Hao in surprise. He didn't make things difficult for you, right? Yuan Guopeng saw that Yi Hao was fine, so he guessed that Yi Hao didn't fight with Guoshongjin. Go down and see for yourself. Seeing Yuan Guopeng's face full of concern, Yi Hao was very pleased. He stepped aside and said to Yuan Guopeng, Senior brother, don't. Xie Chunyu immediately stopped Yuan Guopeng and looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. You didn't betray us and join him, did you? Junior sister, don't talk nonsense. Senior apprentice brother, look at him. He's completely fine. If he didn't join Guoshongjin, how could he? Let me go in and take a look. Yuan Guopeng looked into Yi Hao's eyes and chose to believe Yi Hao. He immediately rushed into the depths of the main hall. I'm not dreaming, right? Yuan Guopeng entered the underground cave and saw Guoshongjin's decapitated corpse. His face was instantly filled with excitement. Yuan Guopeng was still afraid that it was fake. He immediately checked Guoshongjin's head. It's really Guoshongjin. Ha ha ha, Guoshongjin is really dead. Master, the enemy who killed you is already dead. Although I didn't commit suicide myself, I've decided to rely on him from now on. Yuan Guopeng fell to his knees with a thud. He spoke to his master's spirit in heaven with tears in his eyes. Senior apprentice brother, Xie Chunyu was still worried. She immediately ran down and was stunned when she saw the corpse on the ground. Junior sister, our enemy is dead. Yuan Guopeng said joyfully. It's true, he killed him. Xie Chunyu felt very guilty for doubting Yi Hao just now. Senior apprentice brother, what should we do now? Should we announce Guoshongjin's death? Xie Chunyu suddenly raised her head and asked after crying for a long time in Yuan Guopeng's arms. No, I don't have full control of the Thousand Beasts sect yet. If we announce Guoshongjin's death, the Thousand Beasts sect will fall into chaos. Yuan Guopeng quickly denied. Although Martial Peak was the strongest peak in the Thousand Beasts sect and he was above everyone else, that was because Guoshongjin was above him. The other peaks did not dare to act recklessly. However, If they knew that Guoshong Jin was dead, they might rebel. By then, the Thousand Beasts sect would only exist in name. Then what should we do? Xie Chunyu wanted nothing more than to live with Yuan Guopeng for the rest of her life. Therefore, she listened to everything Yuan Guopeng said. Junior sister, Xia Hao is our savior. Yuan Guopeng did not rush to speak. Instead, he looked into Xie Chunyu's eyes and said. Xie Chunyu immediately nodded. Without Yi Hao, she did not know when she and her senior apprentice brother would be able to meet again. She might still hate her senior apprentice brother. As for Guoshong Jin, she did not know when she and her senior apprentice brother would be able to deal with him. However, Yi Hao not only helped them reconcile, but also helped them to avenge their father's death. They could not repay such a great favor. Senior apprentice brother, I'll listen to whatever you decide, Xie Chunyu said helplessly. I want to take control of the Thousand Beasts sect and give it to Xia Hao in one fell swoop. Yuan Guopeng's eyes lit up and said firmly. All right, I'll help you. However, we can give him a greeting gift first, Xie Chunyu said with a smile when she thought of the estrangement between Yi Hao and Elder WN. Boss, where did you go? I've been looking for you for a long time. Boss, I was so worried. You were gone when I woke up. As soon as Yi Hao returned to the outer sect, Yi Qing and Wu Hei immediately ran over and asked with concern. The one called Xia Hao, get out here. Just as Yi Hao was about to speak, an arrogant voice interrupted him. Him? Yi Hao frowned slightly and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his face. I am. Who are you? Yi Hao turned to look at the arrogant young man and realized that he did not know him. You don't have the right to know who I am. Go to hell, bastard. The young man shouted to his followers, kill that bastard for me. Seeing that the young man was looking for trouble with Yi Hao, a group of curious disciples quickly gathered around. Isn't that senior apprentice brother Li Yang? Why is he looking for trouble with the newcomer? This newcomer is in trouble. Senior apprentice brother Li Yang is one of the top disciples in the outer sect. Chapter 268. Hehe, the main character is here. Looking at the person flying over, Yi Hao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He didn't even know Li Yang. Unless there was something wrong with Li Yang's head, why would he find trouble with him? Then there was only one possibility, and that was someone instigated him. Greetings, Elder Bai. Seeing the person who came, all the outer sect disciples immediately bowed respectfully. Little friend Xia Hao, how have you been recently? Do you have any needs? This old man can help you. Bai Qingshang had returned to the Thousand Beasts sect and hadn't come to find Yi Hao for a long time. It wasn't because he had forgotten about Yi Hao. It was because he had been thinking about the white dragon elephant. So when he returned to the Thousand Beasts sect, he locked himself in the library. Finally, his hard work paid off. He found the introduction of the white dragon elephant's scales. After comparing them, although the scales weren't fully grown, they were very close to dragon scales. This discovery made his heart skip a beat. In the world of 10,000 countries, the dragon clan was the noblest. Even the martial god might not be able to obtain a giant dragon. Not to mention him, a little elder of a supreme sect. Although the white dragon elephant wasn't part of the dragon clan. But the white dragon elephant had the bloodline of the dragon. Just based on this point, the white dragon elephant's potential was limitless. It was stronger than ordinary magical beasts. So he was determined to get it. But he knew clearly that Yi Hao was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If he tried to snatch it, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. So he came up with an idea. So there was this scene where Li Yang found trouble with Yi Hao. Then, he stood out to help Yi Hao at the right time. Finally, he promised Yi Hao some conditions and asked for the white dragon elephant from Yi Hao. This was undoubtedly the best plan. Unfortunately, the person he met wasn't anyone else but Yi Hao. His plan was destined to go down the drain. Elder Bai, is there any meaning in doing this? Now that the Thousand Beasts sect was no longer a threat to him, Yi Hao asked without hesitation. What do you mean? Bai Qingshang was obviously caught off guard by Yi Hao's question. Look for these trash to direct and act out their own show. Yi Hao looked at Li Yang and the others and moved his lips. Brat, who are you calling trash? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. When they heard Yi Hao call them trash, many of them flew into a rage. No matter what, they were still outer sect elite disciples. Now that they were being called trash by a newbie, even if they could tolerate it, they couldn't. If not for the presence of Bai Qingshang, this group of people would have chopped Yi Hao into pieces. Bai Qingshang narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Hao. Realizing that Yi Hao was not afraid of him, he could not help but flick his sleeves and leave angrily. You really don't know what's good for you. When Bai Qingshang left, he didn't forget to give Li Yang a look. Li Yang immediately expressed his understanding. Brothers, this brat dared to call us trash. Let's show him who's the trash. Li Yang looked at Bai Qingshang's departure and immediately stirred up the crowd's emotions. Brothers, let's kill this trash and show him who's boss. Whoever dares to touch my boss, I'll fight it out with him. Boss, take a rest first and watch our performance. Without waiting for Yi Hao to speak, Yi Qing and Wu Hei immediately tangled with the crowd. Yi Hao did not intend to make a move. He should let Yi Qing and Wu Hei have some actual combat experience. Yi Hao could see that although these outer sect disciples were clamoring fiercely, they did not dare to kill. That meant that Yi Qing and Wu Hei's lives would not be in danger. Damn, you brat are too sinister. You actually pinched me. A disciple painfully covered his crotch and cursed at Yi Qing. Oh, my little chrysanthemum tilde suddenly, another disciple covered his crotch and wailed in pain. Gently, it's broken, broken, I don't want to fight anymore. This brat is too despicable. Yi Hao smiled as he looked at everything in front of him. Yi Qing was constantly moving around the crowd and constantly using underhanded moves. This brat is too wretched. Looking at Yi Qing's smiling face, Yi Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Wu Hei was still following the rules and used some martial arts from time to time. Little Hei, you can't fight like this. You have to learn from me. Yi Qing was like a wretched delinquent and did not forget to guide Wu Hei. I don't know. Looking at Yi Qing's wretched actions, Wu Hei's face turned red and said embarrassedly, "What's there to not know? Watch me." Yi Qing said with a wretched smile. Oh, it's broken. When Li Yang saw his subordinates groaning under Yi Qing's torture, he shouted with a gloomy expression, "Capture that brat first and break his balls." Yi Qing heard Li Yang's words and looked at the people around her. They had given up on attacking Wu Hei and were all looking at her with anger and resentment. Yi Qing could not help but feel her crotch tighten. "Boss, save me." Yi Qing pushed someone away and immediately ran to Yi Hao for help. "Stay away from me." Yi Hao kicked Yi Qing's butt and looked at her hands with disdain. Don't the people of this world know how to appreciate the joy in this? Yi Qing pretended to be thoughtful and said, "All of you fall." Since these disciples did not attack him, Yi Hao spared their lives. But while they could escape death, they could not escape punishment. Since they had provoked him, they had to pay the price. Bam! Pa! Yi Hao was like a phantom, wandering among the disciples, attacking each and every one of their ribs. As long as they were hit by Yi Hao's fist, 3 of their ribs would be broken. It was inevitable that they would be bedridden for a month or 2. This newbie is so strong. Wait a minute. His name is Xia Hao. Could he be the genius with the upper grade talent and supreme grade physique? I feel like I have been won over by his dominance. Brother, my dear brother, I also want to be boss's follower. Brother, my chrysanthemum is also new. But when the outer sect disciples saw how easily Yi Hao defeated Li Yang's followers, they immediately ran to Yi Qing to flatter her. Cough, cough. Those who want to be boss's follower, come to me and register. I will personally assess you. My name is Yi Qing. You can call me Brother Yi. This is Brother Hei. Seeing the disciples surrounding her, Yi Qing was very proud. She put her hands behind her back and pretended to be the boss. Ah! Wu Hei immediately hid far away from Yi Qing as if he did not know her. Brother Yi, pick me. I can give birth to your babies. Brother Yi, I can warm your bed. One by one, the disciples shouted at Yi Qing. Some of them even made shy expressions and threw flirtatious glances at Yi Qing. Ah, I think I've gone too far. Why do these people look so weird? Yi Qing blushed with shame as she thought about it. He looked at each and every man, trying to pretend to be a woman. Yi Qing almost couldn't hold back the urge to vomit. Chapter 269. What should I do? Li Yang watched as Yi Hao displayed his invincible might. Yi Hao exuded an unparalleled domineering aura, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. He also did not expect that Yi Hao actually concealed his strength so well and had such a powerful cultivation base. But Elder Bai promised that as long as he killed Yi Hao, not only would he be able to enter the inner sect, but his family would also be able to choose 10 more people to enter the Wanshou sect. His family had been in decline for the past few years. He needed these 10 spots, and he also wanted to enter the inner sect. Let's do it. After thinking about it, Li Yang decided to fight this round. Because the opportunity was fleeting. If he lost this chance, he might not have another chance like this. Li Yang quietly took out his weapon and rushed toward Yi Hao at the right time. This attack made use of his long combat experience because he was eager for this opportunity. You're courting death. Yi Hao's voice sank as he sensed the killing intent behind him. Killing Earth Palm. You really don't know what's good for you. Yi Hao's palm landed on Li Yang's spiritual artifact, which instantly turned into nothingness. Then, his palm landed on Li Yang's chest. Boom. A powerful force instantly entered Li Yang's body. How could Li Yang withstand an Earth-rank martial skill? His body was instantly shattered. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for slaying a rank 1 martial spirit. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 experience points and 1,000 soul points. Senior brother. Seeing Li Yang's death, many of the disciples on the ground began to cry. You brought this upon yourself. Yi Hao said softly. If Li Yang did not want to kill him, he would not have done so either. Senior brother, it's for his family. Otherwise, he would not have wanted to kill you. A disciple suddenly held back his tears and said to Yi Hao, What did you say? It seemed that this Li Yang had quite a good reputation among the disciples. Otherwise, he would not have died and there would be people crying for him. Yi Hao was curious about the disciple's words. After listening to his disciple's explanation, Yi Hao could not help but nod his head. This Li Yang is indeed a man. For the sake of the family, he is quite responsible. But he has done wrong, so he has to pay the price. Of course, Yi Hao wouldn't think that he had killed the wrong person just because of Li Yang's sense of responsibility. He just admired Li Yang's sense of responsibility. Since he wanted to kill him, even if he was a hero in the eyes of others, he would still kill him. Alright, get lost. Yi Hao waved his hand impatiently. He still had to settle the score with Elder Bai. Since they had found someone to deal with him, then they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. The group of disciples supported each other as they stood up. The disciple who spoke at the beginning suddenly stopped. What? You want to avenge him? I will accompany you anytime. Yi Hao's voice was cold. His eyes shot out a dignified light, intimidating everyone. We want to acknowledge you as our boss, the disciple suddenly said. The survival of the fittest in the world of 10,000 kingdoms was the law of survival no matter where it was. The Thousand Beasts sect was no exception. There were fights between each peak. The outer sect was divided into several groups, and there were still fights. Li Yang's strength in the outer sect was not bad, so his group was not bullied by others. But now that Li Yang was dead, there was no one to support them. Their future days would not be easy. I killed Li Yang. Are you still willing to submit to me? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and asked with a light smile. Actually, you are a good person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have acted so appropriately. If senior brother Li Yang didn't want to kill you, I believe you wouldn't have killed him. And you are so strong. We all need a backing. The disciple spoke the truth. Because Yi Hao's palm just now made them unable to resist. If Yi Hao was really a sinister person, even if he didn't kill them, he would at least beat them half to death. There was no way he would only break 3 ribs. You guys think so too? Yi Hao looked at the disciples who were supporting each other and asked softly. All the disciples immediately nodded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Reputation +1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Reputation +1. Yi Hao checked the system in his mind. As usual, each person could only obtain 1 reputation. But these people's loyalty was around 60. In other words, they were neutral. They just wanted to find a backing. Because only when their loyalty was above 80 could he obtain resurrection points and experience. Actually, Yi Hao didn't know that it would be good if he could make these people's loyalty reach around 60. After all, these disciples had been with Li Yang for so long and had some feelings for him. If it wasn't for Yi Hao being a good person in their opinion, they would probably have hated him. Forget it. For my resurrection points and reputation, I will accept them. Yi Hao made up his mind. Since you want to be my follower, then there is a rule. Yi Hao's gaze swept across the disciples sternly. That is, you cannot betray me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yi Hao's tone was so domineering that the disciples didn't dare to look at him directly. Yi Qing, boss. Hearing Yi Hao's call, Yi Qing immediately pushed away the crowd and ran to Yi Hao, waiting for Yi Hao's orders. These disciples will be under your management from now on. Yi Hao knew Yi Qing well. Although she was usually sloppy, there was no problem for her to manage these disciples. Yi Qing's face lit up. Thank you, boss. I will definitely train them. I will manage them properly. All right, I have something to do. You guys take these and cultivate. Yi Hao took out some cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. They were all of the mystic and yellow rank. To him, they were useless. These were only the tip of the iceberg of all the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques in Guoshangjin's ring. Yi Hao really didn't understand. Guoshangjin was at the peak of Emperor Wu. Other than the heaven-defying soul-stealing technique, he didn't have a single good cultivation method or martial arts technique. They were all low-level secret manuals. He didn't know if this old guy had a hobby of collecting low-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. It's actually cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Oh my god, there's even a mystic rank cultivation method. I'm not dreaming, am I? Boss is too domineering. One had to know that they were outer sect disciples. At most, they could cultivate yellow rank cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Mystic rank cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were all cultivated by inner sect disciples and disciples of the various peaks. They could only be envious and envious. They didn't expect Yi Hao to take out so many at once. It made them feel like they were dreaming. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing an 8th level martial king warrior. The host has gained 800 experience points and 800 resurrection points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing a 1st level martial king warrior. The host has gained 100 experience points and 100 resurrection points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for increasing reputation points by 1. In an instant, the loyalty of many disciples directly exceeded 80 points. A happy voice sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Chapter 270. Bai Qingshang, get out here. Yi Hao flew to Bai Qingshang's residence and shouted domineeringly in the air. Who is this person? How dare he be so impudent in Elder Bai's residence? He actually dares to call Elder Bai by his name. Ari, this kid is finished. Some disciples looked at Yi Hao in the air and discussed noisily. Little friend Xia Hao, I wonder what business you have with me. Bai Qingshang was a little surprised that Yi Hao was still alive. He flew out and chuckled. So you have been hiding your strength. No wonder you could kill Guohai in seconds. Looking at Yi Hao flying in the air, Bai Qingshang suddenly realized something. Bai Qingshang, is this what you want? Yi Hao asked with a sneer while holding a purple-red jade token in his hand. Bai Qingshang smiled and said, this old man is very curious about your white elephant. As long as you give it to this old man, you can name any conditions you want. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Yi Hao looked at the hypocritical smile on Bai Qingshang's face and his eyes were full of disgust. Oh, little friend Xia Hao, tell me, what conditions can I not afford? Bai Qingshang thought that Yi Hao was going to ask for an exorbitant price. Your dog life. Yi Hao threw the purple-red jade token at Bai Qingshang and suddenly attacked him. You dare to play with this old man? Do you think this old man's patience is limitless? Bai Qingshang took the purple-red jade token and found that it was an empty jade token. He couldn't help but be furious. 1,000 palm leaves. Bai Qingshang shouted and used a martial skill. Suddenly, a rich martial power condensed around his body and turned into thousands of maple leaves, covering the sky and covering the earth as they rushed towards Yi Hao. Competing martial skills? Yi Hao laughed. This 1,000 palm leaves was in Guoshang Jin's interspatial ring. It was a high-grade profound class martial skill. Ding dong, do you want to learn 1,000 palm leaves? Yes. Ding dong, congratulations to host for learning successfully. Everyone looked at the overwhelming power of the maple leaves and immediately flew to the side. This is a high-grade profound level martial skill. As long as an elder is able to learn it, he will be able to release over 1,000 attacks. Elder Bai has actually practiced it to the point of perfection. This brat is finished. He's actually standing there without moving. Isn't he courting death? I reckon that this kid was scared silly by such a big battle array. 1,000 falling leaves palms? I know it too. Yi Hao immediately used 1,000 falling leaves palms. Moreover, the speed of Yi Hao's 1,000 fallen leaves palms had caught up with Bai Qingshang. How is this possible? This brat also knows the falling leaves 1,000 palms. Isn't that the only way for elders to learn it? And this kid's 1,000 falling leaves palms is even more proficient than Elder Bai. Could it be that this kid is a hidden elder of the sect? Xia Hao, how did you learn the 1,000 falling leaves palms? Seeing Yi Hao quickly form the 1,000 falling leaves palms, Bai Qingshang asked in shock. His brain couldn't help but short-circuit, almost causing the 1,000 falling leaves palms to collapse. Fortunately, he managed to stop it in time. He seems to be a new outer sect disciple. Look at his waist tag. As a member of the 1,000 Beast sect, regardless of their identity, they must carry their identity tag. Yi Hao had casually taken it with him and had not removed it until now. How can a new disciple be on par with Elder Bai? Are you kidding me? Why do I feel like I'm doubting my life? After knowing Yi Hao's identity, the audience suddenly boiled up again. This old man will fight with you. Seeing Yi Hao also know the falling leaves 1,000 palms, Bai Qingshang couldn't wait any longer and released his own 1,000 falling leaves palms. The falling leaves 1,000 falling leaves palms that were originally still around Bai Qingshang instantly turned into a maple leaf filled with lead and attacked Yi Hao. Take it that I'm afraid of you. Seeing that Bai Qingshang had made a move, Yi Hao's hand moved, and the thousands of palms around him struck towards Bai Qingshang. Bang bang bang, the two's falling leaves 1,000 falling palms collided in an instant. How is this possible? Bai Qingshang was shocked. Although Yi Hao was very proficient in using the falling leaves 1,000 falling palms, in the end, it was still a competition of cultivation. Bai Qingshang was a third-level martial revered while Yi Hao was only a martial spirit. No matter how he looked at it, he had the advantage. However, when the two palms collided and consumed each other's energy, the first to collapse was his own falling leaves 1,000 palms. How could he accept this? He didn't know that although Yi Hao was a 9th-level martial spirit, every time Yi Hao broke through, he had to break through to the 11th level of each realm. The martial path strength that he had accumulated was naturally not long and strong. Not to mention that he was a 3rd-level martial revered, even if Yi Hao was a 6th-level martial revered, he would still have the power to fight. Seeing that Yi Hao was actually slightly stronger than him, the surrounding disciples were all shocked, and their faces were filled with deep admiration. So strong, he's really a role model for our generation. So handsome, why do I feel like I've fallen in love with him? Is this still a new outer sect disciple? Why am I not even a fart compared to him? Don't ask me why I'm kneeling to watch the duel, because I'm completely convinced. This young master has played with you enough. Killing Earth Palm. Taking advantage of the fact that Bai Qingshang was still in the illusion, Yi Hao directly used the Killing Earth Palm. Suddenly, a strong martial power gathered. Die. Ah. Bai Qingshang only cared about dodging Yi Hao's falling leaves thousand falling palms because his own falling leaves thousand falling palms had already been shattered by Yi Hao's falling leaves thousand falling palms. Although there was not much martial power left in the remaining thousand falling palms, he had to be careful when facing thousands of palms attacking him at the same time. Therefore, he was easily hit by Yi Hao's killing earth palm. Puff tilde Bai Qingshang felt a strong power flowing in his body. He immediately suppressed it, but it was useless. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Earth-level martial skill. Bai Qingshang clearly knew that only an earth-level martial skill could produce such a strong attack. Bai Qingshang, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy. Yi Hao coldly looked at Bai Qingshang and said, "Go in peace." Yi Hao waved his sleeve and the remaining hundreds of palms in the air instantly attacked Bai Qingshang as if they had received his order. "No. This is the Thousand Beast sect, you can't kill me." He used all his strength to suppress the killing earth palm in his body. Because the killing earth palm was continuously devouring his tendons and meridians, as well as the strength in his body. Normally, he would not be afraid of these hundreds of palms. He would definitely be able to dodge them. But now, it was extremely difficult for him to even move, not to mention diverting his attention to fight against the hundreds of palms. "Xia Hao, stop. Do you really think that there is no one in my beast peak?" Just when the hundreds of palms were about to land on Bai Qingshang's body, the beast peak master suddenly came out to stop them. Seeing the peak master appear, Bai Qingshang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. "Save me, peak master." "Xia Hao, this peak master orders you to kneel down and admit your mistake. This peak master will spare your life, but at the same time, you must join the beast peak." The beast peak master said overbearingly. "You really think you are a big shot?" Yi Hao sneered disdainfully. "You die first." Yi Hao's voice faded, and hundreds of palms attacked Bai Qingshang at the same time. "No." Bai Qingshang was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Yi Hao would dare to attack him when the peak master appeared. He could only watch the hundreds of palms attack him. This was undoubtedly the greatest torture. Chapter 271. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Yi Hao was dismissive of the beast peak master's words. Phut tilde hundreds of palms landed on Bai Qingshang's body like raindrops. Bai Qingshang immediately vomited blood. Boom tilde Bai Qingshang could no longer control the power in his body and died. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a martial honorable. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 170,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 170,000 soul points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 reputation point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 reputation point. In the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, the strong were respected. Seeing Yi Hao killing Bai Qingshang without any fear, he instantly attracted the admiration of many disciples. "Can't you hear what I said? Or do you really think that I can't bear to kill you?" He had warned Yi Hao time and time again, but Yi Hao ignored his words. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. But if he were to kill Yi Hao, he would really be reluctant. After all, Yi Hao was a disciple with a peerless body constitution. Such a body constitution could only be found by chance. If he were to be nurtured, he would definitely be able to stand at the top of the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. He would be one of the strongest in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. Kill. Or don't kill. The beast peak master hesitated. On one side was an arrogant genius, and on the other side was his prestige among the disciples. How should he choose? "Sigh, leave. Don't step into my beast peak. This is my bottom line, unless you join my beast peak," the beast peak master sighed and said in a deep voice. He was a person who loved talents. He couldn't bear to destroy a genius with his own hands. As the beast peak master was a peak martial honorable, he was definitely not a match for him. He was prepared to summon Wu Song at any time, but he didn't expect the beast peak master to make such a decision. The beast peak master didn't know that he had saved his own life by sparing Yi Hao's life. If he were to attack, he would end up like Bai Qingshang. Yi Hao looked deeply at the Beast Peak Master and asked curiously, "Why?" "Actually, I really want to kill you. After all, you killed my elder in my territory and didn't give me any face in front of my disciple. But I don't want a prodigy to fall before he can rise." The Beast Peak's Peak Master spoke the truth. His cold voice rang in Yi Hao's mind. "You're pretty decent. Why don't you be my underling?" Yi Hao transmitted his voice to the Beast Peak Master. "We'll talk about it when you're strong enough." The Beast Peak's Peak Lord replied with a smile. "Goodbye." Yi Hao clasped his fist towards the Beast Peak leader and said. At the same time, he flew towards the direction of the inner sect. Today, he was going to settle all his grudges together. "Peak Master, we can't let this kid leave just like that." "Peak Master, Elder Bai can't die in vain." "Peak Lord, this brat is too arrogant. We should teach him a lesson." Seeing Yi Hao leaving in such a carefree manner, many elders and disciples could not help but feel their stomachs burning with anger as they pleaded with the Beast Peak Master. "Shut up. I didn't see any of you make a move just now. I'll make a decision on this matter," the Beast Peak Master said resentfully. At the beginning, Bai Qingshang was at a disadvantage. Everyone was observing the situation quietly. No one was willing to make a move for Bai Qingshang. Now that Yi Hao had left, they started to clamor again. Of course, there were also some admirers of Yi Hao among them. "This guy is going to be my boss in the future. He didn't even give face to anyone. That's too cool. To be able to leave safely after killing an elder, he's my idol. Elder Wan, Elder Li, get out here." Yi Hao had already asked for the addresses of several people. Yi Hao immediately flew to the sky above the outer sect. His voice resounded throughout the inner sect. "Who are you? Why are you looking for Elder Wan?" A disciple stood out and questioned Yi Hao. "I'm here to deliver a gift to your Elder Wan. You better keep it well." Looking at the solemn faces of the disciples, Yi Hao released the corpses of Fang Yu and the rest and threw them down. "Hurry up and catch them." Looking at the 3 corpses falling from the sky, the disciple had a bad feeling. However, he reacted quickly and shouted to the disciples beside him. The disciples immediately reached out and caught the corpses. Fang Yu, Han Bang, and senior brother Zhu Yi. Looking at the 3's attire and the badges on their waists, and Zhu Yi's face wasn't disfigured, the disciple couldn't help but ask. "Hurry up and get the elder." The disciple started to panic and immediately shouted to the disciples beside him. "Where are my disciples?" After receiving the disciples' report, Elder Wan instantly rushed out. "Disciples, I've let you down." Looking at the corpses of his 3 beloved disciples, Elder Wan was heartbroken. "Xia Hao, are you the one who killed them?" Elder Wan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred as he looked at Yi Hao. "Don't worry. You have to accompany them later." "Where's Elder Li?" Yi Hao looked around but didn't see Elder Li disciples. "Listen up. Take down this bastard." Elder Wan pointed at Yi Hao in grief and indignation and ordered the disciples loudly. "Yes." The disciples shouted in unison. The martial spirit realm cultivators immediately took out their weapons and flew in the air to surround Yi Hao. "Hold on. What happened here?" Suddenly, 3 people walked over from afar. It was Yuan Guopeng and Xie Chunyu. However, Elder Li followed behind them. "Greetings, Peak Master." All the disciples immediately put away their weapons and landed on the ground. Even Elder Wan stood up and bowed respectfully to Yuan Guopeng. The inner sect was managed by the sect master. However, Yuan Guopeng had been in charge of it all these years. Hence, Yuan Guopeng was almost the sect master of the inner sect. "Peak Master, please help us." Elder Wan immediately knelt at Yuan Guopeng's feet. "What do you need me to do for you?" Yuan Guopeng said playfully. Originally, he wanted to bring Elder Li and Elder Wan to Yi Hao and let Yi Hao deal with them personally. However, he and Xie Chunyu went to find Elder Li first. They had just arrived at the inner sect when Yi Hao was even faster than them. Reporting to Peak Master, "This beast killed 3 of my beloved disciples. Similarly, They were all elite disciples of the inner sect. But now, they were killed for no apparent reason. Please, Peak Master, I, 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 I. But why did he kill your disciples? Yuan Guopeng glanced at Elder Wan and asked. This. Elder Wan didn't know how to answer. He couldn't possibly say that he had sent his disciples to kill Yi Hao. In the end, not only did Yi Hao fail, he even lost his own life. Peak Master, you may not know this. This Xia Hao is arrogant, rude, and unruly. Just because senior brother Wan said a few words to him in Beast King City, he held a grudge. Chapter 272. Yi Hao looked at Elder Li quietly. It was a pity that this Elder Li was not a scriptwriter. His ability to lie through his teeth had reached the pinnacle. With just a few words, he had made Yi Hao out to be an unpardonable villain and Elder Wan to be a magnanimous person. This Xia Hao is too much. How can such a vicious person stay in the Thousand Beasts sect? Maybe he's a bloodthirsty maniac who will attack us one day. Peak Master, please kill this person personally. The surrounding disciples clearly believed Elder Li's lies. Each and every one of them discussed spiritedly, all treating Yi Hao as a sinner. Is that so? Yuan Guopeng asked calmly. It's absolutely true. Elder Li and Elder Wan looked at each other and said with certainty. With joy in their eyes, they hoped that Yuan Guopeng would kill Yi Hao quickly. But reality was always a little different. Enough. As elders, you too framed your disciples and wanted to kill them. Do you really think I don't know? Yuan Guopeng suddenly shouted coldly. Elder Li's expression changed. Peak Master Yuan, what are you talking about? Don't accuse a good person just because you're powerful. Accuse a good person. Yuan Guopeng sneered. Don't think I don't know that you changed the disciple during the assessment. I don't think I need to say anything more about this. Also, Fang Yu and Han Corporation went to the outer sect to look for Xia Hao with swords. How do you explain this? Hearing Yuan Guopeng's words, the crowd started discussing again. There's such a thing. Could it be that Elder Wan and the others really wanted to kill Xia Hao? Instead of Xia Hao, the one who died was their disciple? As elders, aren't they going too far with their bullying? I did change the examiner, but that was with the approval of the sect master. Moreover, my disciple went to look for Xia Hao to invite him to be my disciple. As for the weapon, there's nothing wrong with that. Elder Wan did not understand. He was an inner sect elder and had always been helping Yuan Guopeng. Why would Yuan Guopeng help Yi Hao and turn against him? Although he couldn't figure it out, he couldn't bear the crime of harming a disciple. Therefore, he immediately retorted. That's right. Can Peak Master Yuan show any evidence? Elder Li asked proudly. The proof is your disciples. They were all killed by me because I saw them chasing after Xia Hao. I warned them again and again, but they didn't listen, so I could only take action. Yuan Guopeng threw caution to the wind. He had long since sentenced the two elders to death in his heart. The reason why he said so much was to give an explanation to the disciples present. What? Elder Wan and Elder Li's expressions changed. They didn't expect Yuan Guopeng to be the culprit. The two elders looked at each other. Run. Yuan Guopeng was obviously looking for trouble. If he stayed any longer, his life would be in danger. Therefore, he had no time to delay in escaping. Trying to run? Seeing the two of them trying to escape, Yuan Guopeng's face flashed with a mocking smile. He instantly rushed towards Elder Wan and grabbed him. Peak Master, please spare my life. Elder Wan's face was pale as he struggled to beg for mercy. Yuan Guopeng ignored Elder Wan's pleas. He increased the strength in his hand and instantly snapped Elder Wan's neck. Don't come over, or my foster father won't let you go. Elder Li was forced into a corner by Yuan Guopeng. He could only bring out Guoshongjin. If Elder Li was able to become an inner sect elder at such a young age, he definitely had a strong background. This background was Guoshongjin. However, he didn't know that Guoshongjin had already been killed. Your foster father? Yuan Guopeng stopped in his tracks. He didn't know that Guoshongjin was Elder Li's foster father. That's right. My foster father is the sect master. Do you still dare to kill me? Seeing Yuan Guopeng stop, Elder Li couldn't help but say proudly, ha ha ha. Yuan Guopeng suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Elder Li felt guilty. He didn't understand why Yuan Guopeng was laughing. I don't care who your foster father is. Die. Yuan Guopeng suddenly exploded and punched Elder Li's head. Elder Li's head instantly burst open like a watermelon. Even until his death, Elder Li didn't understand why Yuan Guopeng dared to attack him when he had already revealed his trump card. I don't care what your trump card is. If you make a mistake, I'll kill you. Yuan Guopeng retracted his fist and said sternly. The Peak Master is mighty. All the disciples were stunned and shouted with respect. This Yuan Guopeng wasted my experience and even let him show off. Yi Hao couldn't wait to kick Yuan Guopeng's butt. From now on, Xia Hao will be an inner sect elder. He will replace Elder Li and Elder Wan's positions. Yuan Guopeng suddenly announced loudly. Suddenly, Yuan Guopeng's words attracted everyone's attention. All the disciples looked at Yi Hao with burning eyes. Why? He's just an outer sect disciple. What qualifications does he have to be an inner sect elder? That's right. Isn't that elder highly respected? What qualifications does a young boy like him have? Peak Master, please take back your order. Otherwise, we won't accept it. The disciples below were in an uproar as they questioned him. Peak Master Yuan, please take back your order. You should choose someone else. Yi Hao said to Yuan Guopeng with a fist salute. Although this Yuan Guopeng might be doing it for his own good, Yi Hao wasn't interested in being an elder at all. He was only interested in taking back the Thousand Beasts sect. Alright then. Yuan Guopeng didn't expect the disciples to react so strongly. He could only agree. What a coward. Look at him. He doesn't even dare to be an elder. Is this Xia Hao stupid? If it were me, I would be an elder. He's not stupid. He just doesn't have the strength. Hehe, I'm definitely going to be an inner sect elder today. Yi Hao wanted to leave, but when he heard the disciples' mocking words, he was instantly enraged. Yuan Guopeng didn't expect Yi Hao to suddenly think things through. After all, he had already decided to follow Yi Hao. If not for the fact that he hadn't taken control of the Thousand Beasts sect, he would have been willing to be the sect leader, let alone an inner sect elder. He would have been willing to be Yi Hao's sect leader. However, there were still some problems that had yet to be solved. The time wasn't right yet. However, Yuan Guopeng couldn't stand Yi Hao's status as an outer sect disciple. Hence, he wanted to pass the inner sect to Yi Hao. Because the inner sect wasn't weaker than the other peaks, if he took full control of the inner sect, Yi Hao's status would be equivalent to a peak leader. At that time, he would take over the outer sect and take down the other peaks one by one. Then, he would take control of the Thousand Beasts peak and push Yi Hao to the position of the Thousand Beasts sect leader. This was Yuan Guopeng's plan. Go ahead if you want to be an elder. I'll be the first to object. Me too, why don't you take a look at yourself? You're not even fully grown yet, and you want to be an elder? Stop dreaming. Chapter 273. Yi Hao landed on the training field of the inner sect disciples and announced domineeringly, "Come, everyone who can defeat me will have the inner sect elder position. You don't have the final say. Peak Master Yuan has to say it." When the disciples heard Yi Hao's words, they were dazzled. This was the position of inner sect elder. As long as they defeated Yi Hao, it would be within their reach. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right, let's do it. Yuan Guopeng was confident in Yi Hao's strength. Even the sect master was killed. How could Yi Hao lose to this group of inner sect disciples who were crying piteously for food? Looking at the excited inner sect disciples, Yuan Guopeng's eyes were filled with pity. But this was what they asked for. A new outer sect disciple challenged an inner sect disciple. This news instantly spread throughout the Thousand Beasts sect. Countless disciples and elders rushed over to watch. Brother Yi, Brother He, Boss is challenging all the inner sect disciples. Yi Qing and Wu He were cultivating with their disciples when a disciple ran over to report. "Damn, Boss is too domineering. Boss, you're so awesome." The group of disciples were shocked. They didn't expect Boss to challenge the inner sect disciples in such a short time. Did he have to be so domineering? That's nothing. I've just received news that Boss used the 1,000 falling leaves palms to kill Elder Bai, that lackey once again said astonishingly. Brothers, let's go and cheer for Boss. Yi Qing raised her arms and shouted. She led more than 100 outer sect disciples and rushed to the inner sect. This Xia Hao is too restless. And this Yuan Guopeng, what the hell is he doing? The Beast Peak Master frowned when he heard the elder's report. How's that Guo Yinyan? The Beast Peak Master remembered that Guo Yinyan hadn't left the Beast Egg Mountain for a long time and asked. Reporting to Peak Master, that girl has great talent in beast appraising. She has already appraised 2 rank 6 demonic beasts. The elder said excitedly when Guo Yinyan was mentioned. What? Hearing that Guo Yinyan had appraised 2 rank 6 demonic beasts, the Beast Peak Master was shocked. Don't disturb her, let her do it herself, the Beast Peak Master said after some thought. Come, let's go to the inner sect and see if that brat Xia Hao can become an elder. The Beast Peak Master flew towards the outer sect. Similar to the peak leader of the Beast Peak, the other peak leaders immediately made their way to the inner disciples. Ah! What's going on? Everyone rushed to the inner sect and was instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. Hundreds of inner sect disciples were lying on the ground around the training grounds, wailing in pain. Some of the disciples were too afraid to move forward. Only Yi Hao was left standing on the training grounds. Boss, this is too awesome. Yi Qing brought a group of little brothers and rushed to the inner sect, but the battle had already ended. Who else is not convinced? Yi Hao asked loudly. Although these inner sect disciples were stronger than the outer sect disciples, they were basically all in the martial spirit realm. Almost no one could last a single round against him. Almost all the inner disciples were thrown out by Yi Hao. Do you guys still want to fight? In the direction that Yi Hao was pointing at, there were dozens of disciples. When they saw Yi Hao pointing at them, they immediately retreated in fear. No one dared to move forward. Don't be arrogant. When the top 10 disciples of the inner sect come out, you'll suffer. An inner sect disciple was afraid, but he still mustered up his courage and said, if there were no accidents, the top 10 disciples of the inner sect would all become elders in the future. If he was lucky, it was not impossible for him to become a peak master. In order to become one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, the first condition was to become a martial honorable. Fang Yu and Han Bang, who were killed by Wu Song, were the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. Moreover, they were the bottom 10 disciples of the outer sect. Normally, the top 10 disciples would have their own matters to attend to and would not show up. However, at this critical moment, the top 10 disciples would definitely appear. Who dares to challenge my inner sect? Do you really think that there's no one in the inner sect? Suddenly, a youth walked down from the sky. It's the 7th ranked Song Ji. He's a 2nd level martial honorable and can challenge a 3rd level martial honorable. Seeing who it was, a disciple immediately said respectfully, "Haha, how lively. How can I miss out on this?" Another youth flew out and laughed heartily. It's the 4th ranked Chen Sai. He's a 4th level martial honorable. Not long after, 7 youths flew out and stood around the training field. "Senior brother, please avenge us." A group of inner sect disciples who had been beaten to the ground couldn't help but speak up when they saw the top 10 disciples appear. A bunch of trash. So many people can't even defeat a 9th level martial spirit. You're really embarrassing our inner sect. Song Ji snorted disdainfully. Since Yi Hao did not hide his strength, Song Ji could see through Yi Hao's strength with a single glance. Hearing Song Ji's words, the group of inner sect disciples had unspeakable bitterness in their heart. It wasn't that they were too useless. It was just that Yi Hao was too strong. The strength that he unleashed was not like a 9th level martial spirit. Why is there one less of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect? Yi Hao looked at the surrounding youths. These people were indeed not bad. To be able to become a martial honorable at such a young age, his future was limitless. No wonder his reputation was so high among the disciples. H. You're not worthy of eldest senior brother making a move. Song Ji coldly snorted and answered Yi Hao's question. Senior brothers and junior brothers, who wants to teach these junior brothers a lesson first and let them know that there is always someone better than them? One of the disciples asked. Wait a moment. Yi Hao suddenly spoke up. What, are you afraid? If you're afraid, then scram out of the inner sect. Do you really think that anyone can become an elder of the inner sect? That person said sarcastically, thinking that Yi Hao was afraid of them. No. Yi Hao chuckled and shook his head. My time is precious. All of you can come at me together. What? Did I hear wrongly? This Xia Hao is too arrogant. Don't tell me he wants to challenge the 7 outstanding disciples. I think this Xia Hao has really gone crazy. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Boss is too handsome. I'm already infatuated with Boss. Yi Hao's group of lackeys immediately cheered excitedly. Brat, you're too arrogant. Sometimes, you'll lose your life. One of the outstanding disciples narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram. Boss, beat these self-righteous fellows to death. Yi Qing shouted loudly. This guy is too hateful. Yi Hao looked at Yi Qing speechlessly. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, the 7 disciples immediately flew into a rage. Kill. The 7 disciples felt that they had been insulted. In an instant, they attacked Yi Hao from 7 directions. Chapter 274. Falling leaves 1,000 palms. Yi Hao immediately used a martial skill, forming thousands of energy palms around his body, attacking in all directions. It's actually the falling leaves 1,000 palms. How does this kid know this martial skill? Seeing Yi Hao's martial skill, the 7 disciples were shocked and quickly picked up their weapons to defend. Senior brother, junior brother, this kid is only at the 9th level of the martial spirit realm. Even if he uses the falling leaves 1,000 palms, he won't be able to hurt us. After a disciple finished speaking, he rushed forward. The disciple faced dozens of palm attacks. As soon as he touched them, his expression changed and he was instantly sent flying. This kid can't be at the 9th level of the martial spirit realm. What a strong power. He was a 3rd level martial saint, so his defense could withstand a 3rd level martial saint's attack. No matter how powerful a profound rank cultivation technique was, it was impossible for a 9th level martial spirit to hurt him. All of you, kneel down. Yi Hao would not harm the lives of these disciples. After all, they were all talents. However, he still had to teach them a lesson. As soon as Yi Hao's voice fell, the falling leaves 1,000 palms attacked the remaining 6 people. Plop. Song Ji's cultivation was the weakest, and he instantly knelt on the ground. Following that, the remaining few people all knelt on the ground. Strong. All the disciples only had this thought in their minds as they looked at everything in front of them in shock. Which of the top 10 inner sect disciples wasn't an existence they looked up to? In their eyes, they were all unreachable and had become the goal of all the disciples. Now that 7 outstanding disciples had attacked at the same time, they had all been beaten to their knees. The key point was that this person was a new outer sect disciple. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Yi Qing shouted excitedly, and the group of lackeys also began to shout loudly. Their eyes were filled with Yi Hao's tall figure. This kid is extraordinary. All the peak masters and elders could see the shock in each other's eyes. To be able to defeat 7 outstanding disciples so easily, and at the same time, in the Thousand Beast sect, other than a few elders, only the peak masters could do it. The key point was that the peak masters could do it normally, but Yi Hao was still so young. At this moment, no one dared to doubt Yi Hao's talent and physique. Only with such an abnormal physique could he have such abnormal combat strength. Good. Suddenly, a young man in white walked out and clapped his hands. Murong Bao, one of the 10 most outstanding disciples of the inner sect. Everyone looked at Murong Bao, waiting to see if he would make a move. Murong Bao was one of the 10 most outstanding disciples in the inner sect. He was only 18 years old, but his strength had already reached the 6th level of the martial revered realm. He was not afraid of anyone who was talented and had the potential to become the Thousand Beast sect leader in the future. Murong Bao was very powerful. None of the other outstanding disciples were a match for him. They were all very fearful of him. Murong Bao and Yi Hao stared at each other. Yi Hao could see that his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Yi Hao was shocked when he saw Murong Bao's message. Seemed like there was no lack of geniuses in the myriad countries continent. This Thousand Beasts sect was just an honorable sect. There was actually such a young genius. Yi Hao immediately placed Murong Bao on the list of Beast Monster sect disciples half a year later. But when he saw Murong Bao, Yi Hao knew that the information Sun Ba received was wrong. As an honorable sect, the disciples of the Thousand Beasts sect who were less than 20 years old had so many honorable realm experts. How could the medicine sect, which was also a honorable sect, only have a 7th level martial spirit as their strongest disciple under 20 years old? You're very strong. The two of them looked at each other with fighting spirit. Murong Bao suddenly smiled and said, "Then become my little brother," Yi Hao said softly. "But you're not as old as me." Murong Bao shook his head and said, "That doesn't seem to have any effect." Yi Hao said calmly, "What you said seems to make sense. I've never been someone's little brother before. I think it should be quite interesting. So you've agreed. What do you think? Call me boss." Hey, boss. All the inner sect disciples vomited 3 liters of blood. They thought that their eldest senior brother would help them take revenge. Who knew that he wouldn't even say a word and would instead become someone's little brother? How is it? Does Xia Hao have the strength to become an inner sect elder? Yuan Guopeng stood up and asked. No one refuted him. Because all the inner sect disciples were already afraid of Yi Hao. They couldn't beat him, but Peak Master Yuan still supported him. Their powerful eldest senior brother had even become his little brother. What else could they use to refute him? And the elders were even more unwilling to offend Xia Hao. Originally, the inner sect was managed by Yuan Guopeng. Now, Yuan Guopeng was willing to let whoever manage it. If they stood out to oppose now, they wouldn't get any benefits at all. Instead, they might offend Yuan Guopeng and a rising genius. How could they do such a thankless thing? Then it's decided. I'll go back and report to the sect master. Yuan Guopeng said perfunctorily. Report to my sect master. The sect master is already dead. Yuan Guopeng thought with a smile. Greetings, Elder Xia. Congratulations, Elder Xia. All the disciples began to congratulate him. Chapter 275. In the WAN show sect, everyone had to be respectful to him. Now, there was someone who dared to threaten him. Yi Hao was surprised. "Get out of my way." Seeing Yi Hao standing there in a daze, the violent beauty was impatient. She wanted to push Yi Hao away. Yi Hao reacted instinctively and instantly reached out his hand to hold the beautiful girl's tender fist. The beautiful girl struggled for a while and said in pain, "You're hurting me. Let go of me." "All right." Yi Hao immediately retracted his hand. Plop tilde the beautiful girl obviously didn't expect Yi Hao to be so obedient, letting go just like that. She wasn't prepared at all, and directly sat on the ground. Ouch tilde the beautiful girl rubbed her butt and cried out in pain, "Who asked you to let go?" "I'm sorry. I think you asked me to let go," Yi Hao said softly when he saw the beautiful girl in pain. "Then why aren't you helping me?" the beautiful girl said cautiously. "All right." Yi Hao reached out to help her. When the beautiful girl saw Yi Hao's hand, a cunning look flashed in her eyes. She grabbed Yi Hao's shoulder and wanted to take revenge. However, Yi Hao suddenly retracted his hand. The beautiful girl did not want to let go so easily. Therefore, Yi Hao took advantage of the situation and pulled her. The two of them actually kissed. The two of them looked at each other and forgot to react. They were stunned. Damn, boss is too strong. Yi Qing could not believe her eyes. Someone dared to kiss his sister. It seemed like his sister was the one who threw herself into his arms. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." After a while, the two of them separated. The beautiful girl suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. That was her first kiss, and it was snatched away by a stranger just like that. "You kissed me yourself. Don't blame me. If you want me to take responsibility, I don't mind." Yi Hao waved his hand helplessly and looked at the beautiful girl carefully. Her figure was not bad. Most importantly, she was also very good-looking. It should be rare in the WAN show sect. "In your dreams. Who wants you to take responsibility?" The beautiful girl almost exploded. "Boss, this is my sister, Yi Cai. Yi Qing was really afraid that the two of them would really start fighting, so she quickly introduced her. "You stinking brat. You don't learn well, and you even acknowledge me as your boss." Yi Cai angrily grabbed Yi Qing's ear, wanting to teach her good-for-nothing brother a lesson. "What is your name? How dare you take my brother as a follower? I think you don't want to stay in the WAN show sect anymore." Yi Kia looked at Yi Hao and asked. "Xia Hao." Yi Hao said softly. He didn't expect the beautiful girl in front of him to be Yi Qing's violent sister. He had just kissed her, but Yi Qing was right. Yi Cai was really violent. However, Yi Kia rolled up her sleeves and looked angry, which made Yi Hao feel that she was rather cute. "What? Your name is Xia Hao?" Yi Kia's voice suddenly changed, becoming gentle. "Is it that inner sect elder?" Yi Cai was still a little uncertain, so she asked again. Yi Hao gently nodded. He didn't understand why Yi Cai had suddenly become a different person, so he couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you all right? Sister, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Yi Qing had never seen her sister speak like this, so she couldn't help but ask with a worried face. Scram. Yi Cai couldn't help but shout. At the same time she kicked Yi Qing's butt. "That's my sister." Yi Qing giggled and ran away. Can I treat you to a meal?" Yi Cai couldn't help but lower her head and ask shyly. Because she had stayed at Yarrow Peak, she had heard all about Yi Hao's deeds these past few days. She couldn't help but worship Yi Hao from the bottom of her heart. And it wasn't just her, there were countless female disciples of the WAN show sect who worshipped Yi Hao. They simply regarded Yi Hao as their Prince Charming. At such a young age, he was mighty and domineering, and he could even become an elder. Most importantly, Yi Cai looked at Yi Hao, who was very handsome. "Could it be that my sister has taken a fancy to the boss?" Yi Qing stood aside and saw Yi Cai's expression. She couldn't help but think in shock. Wasn't her sister not interested in men? What was going on? Or did her sister's personality change? But if her sister could marry the boss, it might be a good choice. Because in Yi Qing's eyes, there was no man in the world who could be compared to her boss, and no man could subdue her sister. "Sister, You might as well let the boss roast meat for you. His roast meat is the best. Yi Qing said while swallowing her saliva. All right, let's go roast meat today. Looking at Yi Cai's eager face, Yi Hao couldn't refuse. Oh, delicious. Delicious, too delicious. Yi Cai ate Yi Hao's roast meat and simply couldn't stop. She praised Yi Hao's cooking while eating without caring about her image. How is it? I was right, right? Boss's roast meat is incomparable. Yi Qing boasted. Yes, yes. Yi Cai nodded in agreement. She looked at Yi Hao with her eyes full of stars. 3 days later, under Yuan Guopeng's lead, a total of 30 disciples set off for the ancient ruins. According to Yuan Guopeng's introduction, the ancient ruins had existed for many years, and there would be a sign every time it opened. The sign of opening this time had appeared a month ago. But there was a restriction to enter the ancient ruins, and that was that one must be younger than 20 years old. Otherwise, the restriction of the ancient ruins would make it impossible for one to enter. In the ancient ruins, danger and opportunity coexisted. You could obtain a treasure and soar to the sky, or you could die in there. Once you entered the ancient ruins, you could only stay in there for 7 days. Once the 7 days were up, everyone would be automatically teleported out and wait for the next opening. Yi Hao's goal was the origin fragment. Because the system had mentioned that the origin fragment might appear in the ancient ruins. This is the ancient ruins. In front of everyone was a towering mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The mountain was shrouded in smoke. Even though they were all martial artists, they couldn't see through the mountain. Ah, it hurts. At this moment, a painful cry attracted everyone's attention. He must have used his mind power to explore the mountain and was injured by the restriction on the mountain. Yuan Guopeng glanced and said. Although he hadn't entered the ancient ruins before, and he wasn't old enough to enter, he still knew about the restrictions of the ancient ruins from some of the information in the sect. Sigh, it's obvious that he's a rogue martial artist. Looks like he'll be crippled for the rest of his life. A pitiful voice came from the side. Yi Hao looked at the youth on the ground. He had reached the martial venerable realm, and now he was injured by the restriction. It was a pity. But what made Yi Hao even more curious was that others couldn't see through the mist, but he could. Chapter 276. Yi Qing, what can you see? Yi Hao asked Yi Qing, who was looking around. Other than fog, it's just fog. Yi Qing scratched her head and said. Country bumpkin, other than fog, what else can you see? Even if a martial emperor expert is here, they won't be able to see through the ancient ruins. Bai Yi sneered. Yi Qing was about to speak when Yuan Guopeng pulled her back and said softly, be careful, this is not the sect. There are many experts here. Look at the old man behind the youth. What's wrong with the old man? Yi Qing looked over and saw a stooped old man standing behind the youth. That's a martial emperor expert. Yuan Guopeng said softly. What? All the disciples were shocked. Looking at the old man's appearance, he is only the youth's bodyguard. If a bodyguard is a martial emperor, then what is the youth's identity? It's not just him, there are dozens of martial emperors around, so be careful of your words and actions. Yuan Guopeng was also shocked. He did not understand why so many martial emperors would descend this year. According to historical records, every time the ancient ruins descended, there would be at most Emperor Wu level escorts. This year, there were not many Emperor Wu level escorts, most of them were martial emperors. A bunch of useless things. Seeing that Yi Qing and the others did not dare to speak, Bai Yi curled his lips. Endure it for a while, go in and deal with him. Yi Hao was afraid that Yi Qing would not be able to endure it, so he transmitted his voice to her mind. Because Zhong Fei was only at Emperor Wu level, if he fought with these people, he would not have the upper hand. However, Bai Yi was different, he was only at the peak of martial honorable level. Although Yi Hao could not defeat him, once he entered, it would be a different story. Yi Hao saw that the ancient ruins were filled with demonic beasts. To others, it might be incomparably terrifying. But to him, it was all experience. "Come here and massage my back." Bai Yi clearly did not want to let Yi Qing off so easily. He pointed at her nose and said, "What did you say?" Yi Qing's expression changed. This was simply too much. "I told you to come here, so come here. Why are you talking nonsense?" The elder behind Bai Yi suddenly spoke. At the same time, he released an invisible pressure that pressed down on Yi Qing and the others. PFFF tilde Yi Qing could no longer hold it in. His internal organs were in turmoil, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Ha ha ha, cool." Bai Yi saw Yi Qing's deflated look and laughed in pain. "Senior, isn't this a little too much?" Seeing his disciple suffer, Yuan Guopeng didn't feel good in his heart. His expression changed again and again, but in the end, he still spoke. "It's over." A cold smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Yuan Guopeng with disdain. Suddenly, his aura fluctuated. "You, kneel down as well." Plop tilde the ground under Yuan Guopeng's feet instantly shattered. Yuan Guopeng felt a huge pressure on his body. His knees were trembling, making him want to kneel down, but he was unwilling to do so. He gritted his teeth so hard that his knees began to crack and blood began to seep out. Good, good, good. It's been a long time since I met someone with such character." Bai Yi had obviously asked the old man to do this many times. When he saw Yuan Guopeng's distressed look, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. The martial artists at the side only looked on coldly. Most of them were gloating at the scene before them. "Don't resist." Yi Hao was furious. However, he wasn't a match for the old man. He could only say this to Yuan Guopeng and his disciples. The disciples' eyes were filled with anger. However, they were too weak and couldn't even resist. At this moment, they had a strong desire to become stronger. When they heard Yi Hao's words, everyone nodded with difficulty. Yi Hao immediately kept Yuan Guopeng and his disciples into his dragon prison lake. "Hey, where is he?" Bai Yi asked curiously when he saw his disciples suddenly disappear. Then, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. "Old Bai, quickly kill this kid. He must have some treasure on him." The commotion at Yi Hao's side attracted the attention of many martial emperors. This was because they didn't sense the movement of the teleportation talisman. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Yi Hao had a treasure on him. "Kid, hand over the spatial treasure and I'll save your life. How about that?" At this moment, a martial emperor flew to Yi Hao's side and asked. "Sorry, there's no need." Yi Hao saw the greed in the martial emperor's eyes. Yi Hao said coldly. Yi Hao looked around and realized that there were already more than 10 martial emperors surrounding them. Yi Hao was extremely anxious. "Open it. Quickly open it." As Yi Hao could see the scene inside the mountain, he could see that the door to the primordial ruins had already opened. However, it was clearly not enough for him to go through. He couldn't help but feel anxious. "Kid, I advise you to hand it over obediently. I'll guarantee your safety," another martial emperor said in a threatening tone. "All right, but there are so many of you. Who should I hand it over to?" What Yi Hao needed to do now was to stall for time. When others entered the primordial ruins, they might need to open the door completely to find the way in. However, he didn't need to do that because he knew where the door was. As long as the door was open enough for one person to enter, he would be able to escape into the primordial ruins. "Give it to me, get lost. Who do you think you are? Of course, give it to me. Bullsh asterisk T, it's mine." All the martial emperors started arguing. Yi Hao couldn't help but sneer. While no one was paying attention, he slowly approached the primordial ruins. Of course, there were many martial emperors. Their auras were locked onto Yi Hao. However, when they saw Yi Hao moving toward the primordial ruins, they didn't rush to attack. After all, they knew the rules of the primordial ruins. There was still some time before the primordial ruins opened. It was impossible to enter now. They might even be injured by the primordial ruins. Just when Yi Hao was 3 meters away from the door, the old man's figure suddenly appeared behind him. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" It turned out that the old man had been paying close attention to Yi Hao since the beginning. He was cunning and astute. He wasn't like those martial emperors who started fighting over things before they even got their hands on them. He knew that only when the treasure was in his hands would it be real. Yi Hao frowned slightly. He didn't expect to be so close to success. Yi Hao couldn't help but cover his fingers. The old man immediately looked over with a smug smile. "Kid, hand it over." What? Yi Hao pretended to be flustered and put his hands behind his back. "The ring on your finger." The old man was even more certain that the inconspicuous ring on Yi Hao's finger was a spatial treasure that could store living people. Chapter 277. Can you promise not to kill me? Yi Hao pretended to be fearful as he asked. Of course. The old man chuckled when he saw that Yi Hao had a chance. I'll give it to you then. Yi Hao threw the ring to the side as he spoke. Bastard, you're asking for it. The old man roared and quickly flew towards the ring. At the same time, he did not forget to hit Yi Hao with his palm. Yi Hao had already reached the entrance of the mountain. After being hit by the old man, Yi Hao borrowed the force and crashed into the ancient ruins. Bah, if I don't die, I'll kill all of you. Yi Hao felt his organs boiling. He forcefully swallowed the blood that surged up to his throat. At the same time, he took out a pill that he had scammed from Chen Zixiao and swallowed it. At this moment, the towering stone door behind him shook violently. It immediately attracted Yi Hao's attention. What's going on? Yi Hao was shocked beyond words. The stone door that was slowly opening at the beginning was rapidly closing. Could it be because of this? Yi Hao took out the origin fragment. Instantly, the roars of beasts filled the air. Yi Hao could already feel the ground trembling. It should be countless wild beasts running towards him. Yi Hao was so frightened that he quickly put away the origin fragment. Only then did the roars of the beasts become softer. Seems like it really has something to do with this. Yi Hao understood that most of the origin fragments were here. At the same time, the people outside were also shocked. Where is he? How did that kid disappear? How did he enter the ancient ruins in advance? This ring is fake. This means that the real treasure is still with him. The old man threw the spatial ring aside angrily. Don't worry. When the ancient ruins opens, I'll go in personally to kill him. Bai Yi sneered. Since Yi Hao could enter the ancient ruins, it meant that the ancient ruins had already opened. In a short while, the mountain gate of the ancient ruins would appear before them. Haha, so many beasts. I'm going to be rich. Yi Hao looked at the beasts that filled the mountain and could not help but think excitedly. Wu Song, Zhong Fei, come out. Yi Hao couldn't help but call out to Dragon Prison Lake. Immediately, two figures appeared beside Yi Hao. Greetings, my lord. The two of them said respectfully. Kill them. Yi Hao looked at the demonic beasts in front of him and said with a fiery gaze. At the same time, Yi Hao also took out the bloodstained dual sabers. Because the bloodstained dual sabers had been upgraded using leveling talismans, although they were already divine weapons, they were still lacking in power. However, the bloodstained dual blades could be upgraded, and the condition for upgrading was to devour the blood essence of magical beasts. Instantly, a bloody storm broke out in the primordial ruins. At that moment, the people outside couldn't help but start to panic because so much time had passed. The ancient ruins should have opened by now, but it hadn't. What's going on? Bai Yi frowned. To him, this ancient ruin was an opportunity for a breakthrough. He had been thinking about it for so long, and now that he couldn't enter, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Is there something wrong with the primordial ruins? Many people began to wonder. Where did that brat enter from? Some martial emperors began to ask. Everyone immediately pointed out the direction. Since that brat can enter, why can't we? That person continued to ask, but no one dared to step forward. Then you go and try. A martial emperor laughed sinisterly. I'm not that stupid. Isn't there a group of loose cultivators here? That person looked sinisterly at the loose cultivators beside him. Quickly run. There were many loose cultivators, but their cultivation levels were very low. They wanted to come out and look for opportunities. Now that they were targeted by so many martial emperors, they immediately felt that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. "PH, a bunch of trash, still want to run?" The martial emperors looked at each other and immediately joined hands to create a barrier, making it impossible for the loose cultivators to escape. "Walk over yourself." The martial emperor pointed at a cultivator and said, "Everyone, please spare my life. I still don't want to die." That cultivator immediately knelt on the ground. His scalp was bleeding from kowtowing, but he still continued to kowtow. "If you go, there might be a trace of opportunity. If you don't go, only death awaits you. I will destroy your soul and make it impossible for you to enter the 6th Tao reincarnation." The martial emperor said sternly, "All right. I'll go." The cultivator felt extremely helpless in his heart. However, he could only do as the martial emperor said and take a gamble. "That's right." The martial emperors looked at each other and smiled when they saw that there were so many cultivators. Boom. When the cultivators walked to the front of the mountain and their clothes touched the mountain's smoke, they immediately turned into dust. Could it be that the position is wrong? The martial emperors were unwilling to give up. They pointed at the group of cultivators and said, "You guys, walk side by side." Under the threat of the martial emperors, those cultivators could only forcefully suppress the fear in their hearts and walk towards the mountain. Boom. As expected, these dozen or so martial artists also turned into ashes. "Looks like this method won't work. We can only wait here." A martial emperor shook his head and sighed. "That's right. The ancient remnant closes every 7 days. There is only one exit. Let's wait here." "But what if that brat doesn't come out after 7 days?" Suddenly, someone asked worriedly. What this person said was not impossible. After all, there was a problem with the ancient remnant. Who knew if there would be any more problems? However, the martial emperors understood that not to mention 7 days, even if they had to wait for a year, it would be worth it. At their level, a year's time was nothing. It was just a matter of time for them to talk and laugh. Not only did Yi Hao have a spatial treasure, but he could also enter the ancient remnant. If Yi Hao could obtain the inheritance of the ancient remnant, to them, that was a rare opportunity. "Everyone, I suggest that the brat is too cunning and has endless tricks up his sleeves. When he comes out, no matter what, we should take him down first. We can fight for the treasure later. What do you think?" "I agree. I agree too." Dozens of martial emperors actually reached an unprecedented agreement. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 6 demonic beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6,000 soul point. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 demonic beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 soul point. With a sweep of Wu Song's staff, several demonic beasts were killed. As for Zhong Fei, he was even more ferocious. His figure could not be seen clearly. Wherever he went, a large number of demonic beasts would die. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Currently at rank 10 martial spirit. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Currently at rank 11 martial spirit. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Currently at rank 1 martial venerable. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a big gift pack. This is simply a sea of experience. Yi Hao's level rose like a rocket, making him extremely excited. However, he felt that it was still too slow. Chapter 278. There were countless demonic beasts in the ancient ruins. Wu Song and Zhong Fei had been killing them for almost a day and night, but the 3 of them were still at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, Yi Hao didn't know where the origin fragment was. If they only had 7 days, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. "Master, You forgot that you have an even more powerful weapon. The weapon spirit of Dragon Prison Lake seemed to know what Yi Hao was thinking and couldn't help but say, "You're talking about the formation." Yi Hao's eyes lit up. Indeed, using the formation could instantly cause a large area of damage. After so long, he had almost forgotten about it. "That's right," the weapon spirit replied with a smile. But then, Yi Hao started to feel troubled. Although he knew how to set up formations, he was only at level 1. Only level 1 and level 2 formations had a high chance of success. However, level 1 and level 2 formations could only cause damage to level 1 and 2 demonic beasts. They couldn't cause damage to level 5 and above demonic beasts. I got it. Yi Hao suddenly thought of the yin-yang life and death formation. That was only a level 3 formation. His success rate was only 10%. But with the Heart of Formation, it could double the success rate and reach 20%. But 20% was still not enough for him. Yi Hao immediately entered Dragon Prison Lake. He glanced at Yuan Guopeng and the others who were cultivating. As Yi Hao had told them about what happened outside, they all started to cultivate after knowing that Yi Hao was fine. Yi Hao didn't have the time to bother with them. He randomly found a level 2 formation. Others were level 1 formation carvers. If they wanted to carve a level 2 formation, they would only have a 50% success rate. But Yi Hao had the Heart of Formation, so his success rate reached 100%. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully carving a level 2 illusion formation. Experience gained, 10. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully carving a level 2 illusion formation. Experience gained, 10. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully carving a level 2 illusion formation. Experience gained, 10. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, level 2. Phew. It's finally healed. Yi Hao panted heavily. The artifact spirit was confused. He didn't understand why Yi Hao was still carving these small arrays at this time. "Little dragon, lend me a few drops of dragon blood," Yi Hao said to the giant dragon beside him. The giant dragon painfully gave Yi Hao several hundred drops of dragon blood and pleaded to Yi Hao, "Master, I can give you the dragon blood, but can you let me out? I want to devour some magical beast blood essence and magic crystals." Yi Hao readily agreed. The giant dragon had followed him for so long and had been hiding in the Dragon Prison Lake. It had suffered a lot. Roar! The huge dragon came out of the Dragon Prison Lake and roared excitedly. The dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. Hearing the dragon's roar, countless magical beasts immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, fearing the dragon's might. The giant dragon opened its mouth, and in an instant, a few magical beasts entered its mouth and became its rations. Following which, the giant dragon's body shook as it broke through to the second-order martial honorable realm. "Master, what is this place? The blood essence of these demonic beasts is so pure. Oh, could it be related to the origin source fragment?" Yi Hao guessed in his heart. "Master, I feel that there is hope for me to return to my peak." The giant dragon shouted excitedly. Originally, he had consumed the sage elixir and his injuries had healed. However, his cultivation had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that easy to recover. However, in this valley, there were countless magical beasts, which gave him hope. "If this sage recovers his cultivation, I will definitely kill you." The giant dragon's eyes burned with a fiery light. He believed that his enemy was definitely not dead yet. Therefore, he wanted revenge. "That's great. Quickly go and devour the magical beasts." Hearing the giant dragon's words, Yi Hao was happy for him. Most importantly, the giant dragon could also gain experience and soul points by killing the magical beasts. Moreover, the giant dragon had been holding it in for too long. It had been almost 10,000 years. It was time for him to vent. On the other hand, Yi Hao began to set up the yin-yang life and death array. The yin-yang life and death array was only a third-order array. It definitely wouldn't be able to cause any harm to these magical beasts. However, Yi Hao recalled that when the weapon spirit set up the yin-yang life and death array to test him, a drop of blood from the giant dragon accidentally caused the array to mutate into a sixth-order array. With Yi Hao's current level, the success rate of setting up the yin-yang life and death array was 100%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully inscribing the third-order yin-yang life and death array. Experience gained, 15. Whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on this. Yi Hao dripped a drop of dragon blood into the center of the array. The array shone brightly with red light. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for comprehending the enhanced version of the yin-yang life and death array. The host's profession level increased by 1. It really works. Yi Hao was the master of the array. He could instantly feel that the yin-yang life and death array had reached the sixth-order array. Genius. The weapon spirit had been observing what Yi Hao was doing. When he saw Yi Hao inscribing the enhanced version of the yin-yang life and death array, he could not help but praise him in shock. Yi Hao had only set up this yin-yang life and death array to test it out. Clearly, it could only deal with a few magical beasts. It was far from enough. Yi Hao looked at the magical beasts that covered the entire mountain and called out to the dragon. He jumped directly onto the dragon's body and said, "Listen to my command. Wherever I tell you to go, you go there. Wherever I tell you to stop, you stop there." Wherever the giant dragon went, the magical beasts would immediately flee. This gave Yi Hao a lot of convenience. Yi Hao quickly drew the lines of the array. Then, he buried the magical beasts' crystal cores so that the magical beasts would not destroy them. On the second day, Yi Hao spent the entire day setting up the array. Meanwhile, Zhong Fei and Wu Song were still fighting a bloody battle. It was the same on the third day. On the fourth day, Wu Song was already exhausted and was meditating to recover. Zhong Fei was still struggling to kill the magical beasts. On the fifth day, Wu Song continued to fight while Zhong Fei started to rest. As for Yi Hao, his eyes were already red but he was still setting up the array. Phew. It's finally set up. Looking at the array that covered almost the entire ancient ruins, Yi Hao stood at the center of the array. "Prepare to receive the big gift I've prepared for you." Yi Hao looked at the magical beasts that covered the mountains and plains and shouted excitedly. He was now a level 4 martial honorable and his soul points had once again reached a huge number of 5 million. It had not even been 6 days. He should be able to fight Yuan Guopeng now. After all, Yuan Guopeng was also a level 1 Emperor Wu. However, Yi Hao also realized that the higher his level, the less experience he received. On the first day, he could level up a few times. On the second day, he could also level up once. However, after that, he could only level up once every 2 days. However, this was not a problem. Even if the magical beasts gave less experience, he could use numbers to pile it up. Yi Hao estimated that after killing all these magical beasts, he could probably level up 4 or 5 times. The leveling feast has begun. Chapter 279. Let's start. Clearly, it was useless to use a drop of dragon blood to set up such a huge formation. Yi Hao continuously poured out nearly 20 drops of dragon blood before the yin-yang life and death formation began to glow with a bright red light. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully inscribing the enhanced version of the yin-yang life and death formation. Inscribing experience increased by 30 points. Following that, runes began to form on the ground of the ancient ruins. All the magical beasts were basically trapped in the formation. Countless demonic beast phantoms began to appear within the formation. The demonic beasts in the ancient ruins began to roar uneasily and attacked the shadow in a frenzy. Attack! With a thought from Yi Hao, all the demonic beasts started to fight back. Each of the magical beast phantoms had reached the 6th rank. Through the enhancement of the heart of the formation, most of the magical beast phantoms had reached the middle of the 6th rank. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. At this moment, the heart of engraving formation suddenly appeared in Yi Hao's eyes. Following that, the heavenly yin spirit within the heart of the formation flew towards Yi Hao's magical beast. All of the demonic beast phantoms paused, and then all of the demonic beast phantoms suddenly became stronger. What's going on? Yi Hao could clearly feel that this heavenly yin spirit was helping him. This was because many of the demonic beast phantoms seemed to have a trace of spiritual awareness. Not only did it know how to rigidly attack the magical beast, it even knew how to dodge. Could it be that the heavenly yin spirit has developed spiritual awareness? Yi Hao said uncertainly. Although the heavenly yin spirit was powerful, it had been hiding in the heart of Carving Formation ever since it was subdued by him. Other than the time when he was drugged, it didn't do anything else. Yi Hao was confused. He didn't understand why the spirit of heavenly yin would suddenly react at this time. If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. No matter what, it was beneficial for him. At first, Yi Hao wasn't sure if this array formation would be able to deal with all the demonic beasts. But now, with the help of the heavenly yin spirit, he could easily exterminate this group of demonic beasts. The battle lasted for an entire day. All the demonic beasts were finally dead, but the demonic beast phantoms had become even more powerful, and their spiritual senses had also become stronger. On the other hand, Yi Hao had broken through 6 levels consecutively and reached the 10th order martial venerable realm. This was a pleasant surprise for him. And his soul points had finally broken through the 10 million mark, reaching a terrifying figure of 18 million. Yi Hao did not expect that he would gain so many soul points so quickly after summoning Zhongfei. Looking at the corpses of the magical beasts scattered all over the mountain, Yi Hao would not let them go to waste. These were all treasures. The meat of demonic beasts could increase the strength of a martial artist's body. The blood essence could be used to refine pills and carve arrays. The bones of magic beasts could be used to forge weapons, not to mention the magic crystals of magic beasts. Yi Hao spent half a day, and with the help of Zhongfei and Wu Song, he finally managed to store all the magical beasts into the space. Sigh, what a pity about these demonic beast phantoms. If only I could take them away. Following that, Yi Hao was about to break the array. Looking at the thousands of demonic beast phantoms that were left, he muttered regretfully. This was because the remaining demonic beast phantoms were all elites. All of them had reached the peak of the 6th order. But as long as he broke the array, these phantoms would naturally disappear. Even if he did not break the array, he would not be able to take these demonic beast phantoms away. With a thought, Yi Hao tore apart the spirit formation. However, the scene before him caused him to be stunned. What's going on? Yi Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But the thousands of demonic beast phantoms were still standing in their original positions, quietly looking at him. Could it be the heavenly yin spirit's doing? Yi Hao was sure that he could make these demonic beast phantoms disappear with a thought. At the same time, these demonic beast phantoms would listen to his commands. But I can't bring these demonic beast phantoms with me. Yi Hao was very happy that these demonic beast phantoms could be preserved. But then, he started to feel troubled. These demonic beast phantoms seemed to know what Yi Hao was thinking. Suddenly, they all disappeared. With a thought, Yi Hao made these demonic beast phantoms appear again. Could it be that these demonic beast phantoms have all entered my body? Yi Hao guessed. With that, Yi Hao made a few more attempts. He realized that these demonic beast phantoms had all entered the heart of the array. Master, these seem to be the heavenly yin battle beast. The weapon spirit said in shock. The heavenly yin battle beasts were equivalent to the heavenly yin spirit soldiers. The heavenly yin battle beasts were created by the heavenly yin spirit through slaughter. The strength of the heavenly yin battle beasts was that they could increase their cultivation through continuous slaughter. When the heavenly yin battle beasts grew to a certain level, they could even kill a deity. Yi Hao was also very curious. How could he create the heavenly yin battle beasts by accident? But then, Yi Hao thought that if he could create heavenly yin battle beasts in batches, they would undoubtedly be a huge source of soldiers. Moreover, these heavenly yin battle beasts had their own level-up system. They could level up by killing. With that, Yi Hao quickly set up a small yin-yang life and death array. Demonic beast phantoms appeared in the array. However, The heavenly yin spirit did not react and the demonic beast phantoms did not change either. With that, Yi Hao removed the array and the demonic beast phantoms disappeared. What's going on? Could it be that the array is not big enough? Yi Hao guessed. Forget it. Let's find the origin fragment first. Although 7 days had passed, Yi Hao was still a little worried. However, Yi Hao was starting to worry about the whereabouts of the origin fragment. Yi Hao climbed all the way to the top of the mountain, but he still did not find any trace of the origin fragment. System, didn't you say that there was an origin fragment here? But there isn't one here. Yi Hao searched for a long time but could not find anything. He could only ask the system for help. As long as you take out the current origin fragment, you will be able to draw out this origin fragment. However, a treasure like the origin fragment will definitely be guarded by a powerful creature. You have to be careful. Although the system's voice was cold, it still gave a kind reminder. There's a guardian. This made Yi Hao a little worried. Forget it. As a precaution, please help me raise Zhongfei's level to Martial Emperor. Yi Hao instructed the system. Ding dong, do you want to use 5 million soul points to raise Zhongfei's level to peak Martial Emperor? Yes. Following that, countless soul points erupted from Yi Hao's body. In a situation where only Yi Hao could see, all the soul points instantly entered Zhongfei's body. Raise Wu Song's level to Martial Emperor as well. Yi Hao saw that there were still 13 million soul points left and continued speaking to the system. This was because Yi Hao felt that an expert who could guard an origin fragment would not be so simple. Yi Hao was afraid that Zhongfei, who was a Martial Emperor, would not be enough. He could only let Wu Song break through to peak Martial Emperor as well. Out of the 18 million soul points, only 4 million soul points were left. He could not even summon an Emperor Wu anymore. Thank you, my lord. Zhongfei and Wu Song could feel that their cultivation had instantly increased. They could not help but hurriedly thank him. Are the two of you ready? Yi Hao looked at the two of them and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 280. Yi Hao anxiously took out the origin fragment. However, nothing happened even after a long time. Yi Hao waited for a while longer. He even started to suspect that the system had made a mistake. There was no origin fragment here at all. Master, look at that. What is that? Suddenly, Zhongfei pointed his snake spear at a rock. The three of them immediately flew over. At that moment, the rock suddenly shot up into the sky, trying to escape. Trying to run? Zhongfei had already locked onto it. He hit the rock with his spear and the rock instantly fell to the ground. However, the strange thing was that there was no sound of a rock falling to the ground. Yi Hao reached out to pick it up, wanting to see what kind of strange thing it was. Master, be careful. Zhongfei and Wu Song quickly advised. They were not sure if this rock was dangerous or not. Master, this looks like a demonic beast. While the three of them were not paying attention, the rock tried to escape again. However, Zhongfei moved the snake spear in his hand and the rock immediately lay on the ground, motionless. Demonic beast. Yi Hao immediately tried using the beast taming skill. This was his earliest profession. However, he had never used it before. Even when he contracted a giant dragon, he used a blood contract. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for contracting successfully. Obtained devouring beast. Current level, 0. Yi Hao was just trying it out of curiosity. However, he did not expect it to succeed. This strange rock was actually a demonic beast. However, when he heard the system notification, Yi Hao could not help but twitch his mouth. A demonic beast at level 0? This was too trashy. Was this still a demonic beast? It was more like an ordinary little animal. Then, Yi Hao saw the devouring beast's introduction and was deeply shocked. Devouring beast, current level, 0, can grow indefinitely. Introduction: the devouring beast can disguise itself. As long as it can devour the corpse of a demonic beast, it can grow indefinitely. With just a few simple sentences, Yi Hao was completely shocked. How was this trash? This was a super mythical beast, Could this be the powerful creature guarding the origin fragment? Yi Hao suddenly thought of a possibility. Do you have this? In order to prove his conjecture, Yi Hao held the origin source fragment in his hand and asked the devouring beast. Suddenly, 2 eyes appeared on the devourer's body. It looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Could it be that this fellow isn't? Did I guess wrong? Yi Hao thought he had guessed wrong. A crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the devouring beast's rock, and a ray of light came out from within. Yi Hao went closer to take a look and saw that it was an origin fragment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for finding the origin fragment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 million experience points. The experience points will be temporarily stored for the host. The host can level up at any time. Yi Hao did not know if he should take it because this origin fragment seemed to be the heart of the devouring beast. Yi Hao wasn't sure if the devourer would die if he went to take it. Forget it. Just leave it here for now. Yi Hao thought for a while and decided not to take the risk. After all, he had already obtained the experience points. Moreover, the origin fragment was in the devourer's body. Moreover, Yi Hao could not bear to let the devourer die just like that. However, he had to admit that he was lucky. Previously, when he set up the formation, he had already killed all the demonic beasts before the devourer could be summoned. At this time, the devourer should have come out and devoured all the demonic beasts' corpses to become the final boss. However, the devourer was only at level 0. It could not enter the formation at all. Otherwise, it would be killed instantly. However, at this time, Yi Hao kept all the demonic beasts' corpses. Without a doubt, he had cut off the devourer's escape route. Just like that, the devourer that could have become a superboss was taken in by Yi Hao as a pet before it could even grow. Alright, you guys don't have to worry. There is no danger now. Yi Hao said to the 2 of them. My lord, the danger you mentioned just now. Don't tell me it's the devourer. I can kill it with a single finger. Zhong Fei clearly looked down on the devourer. This was because the devourer did not have any martial arts fluctuations. It could not even be compared to a normal demonic beast. Watch carefully. Yi Hao did not refute Zhong Fei. Instead, he took out a demonic beast from the space and threw it in front of the devourer. The devourer immediately crawled to the demonic beast's corpse and bit into it. Ha ha ha, this is too. He is not even as big as the demonic beast and he wants to devour it. Seeing the devourer, Zhong Fei could not help but laugh. The devourer could clearly feel that Zhong Fei was laughing at him. He could not help but roll his eyes at Zhong Fei. You little guy, you are so useless. How dare you roll your eyes at me? If you were not my lord's demonic beast, I would have killed you. Seeing the devourer roll its eyes at him, Zhong Fei could not help but feel that his beard was about to explode. The devourer obviously knew that he could not devour the demonic beast like this. Following that, his body trembled a few times. Suddenly, his body size increased by several times. If the devourer was only the size of a fist at the beginning, it had now increased to 3 meters in size. The devourer swallowed the demonic beast's corpse in one gulp. Boom. Following that, the devourer did not even need to digest the corpse. Its aura immediately became that of a rank 5 demonic beast. Zhong Fei was so shocked that he could not speak. What a strange demonic beast. Wu Song was also very shocked. Seeing Zhong Fei's shock, the devourer could not help but let out a proud snort as if he was celebrating his victory. What is there to be proud of? I can still crush you to death with a finger. Although Zhong Fei was shocked, he could not let this little guy look down on him. He could not help but be stubborn. Following that, the devourer jumped to Yi Hao's side and kept rubbing against Yi Hao's trousers. Go and eat. Yi Hao immediately threw out 10 demonic beasts. Both of you quickly recover. When we get out, we will have a big battle. Yi Hao said to the 2 of them while feeding the devourer. The dragon prison lake on him was already coveted by those martial emperors. Now that he was the only one entering the ancient ruins, those martial emperors would definitely not let him go. However, now that he had 2 martial emperors to back him up, he felt a little more confident. But there were dozens of martial emperors outside. He did not know if Zhong Fei and Wu Song could handle them. Yi Hao suddenly looked at the ancient ruins in front of him and immediately came up with a plan. Can you control this ancient ruins? Yi Hao asked the devourer. This ancient ruins was a small world created by the origin fragment. The fog outside the ancient ruins should be the power of this world's law. Therefore, even the experts did not dare to barge in. However, Yi Hao knew that these experts would definitely covet the ancient ruins. Chapter 281. Yes, yes. The devourer beast told Yi Hao through mental strength. Come on, devour. Since Yi Hao knew that the devourer beast could control the opening of the ancient ruins, Yi Hao was relieved. The next step was to make preparations. At the same time, he wanted to see if the devourer beast could reach the level of Grand Emperor. If it could, it would undoubtedly be a great help to him. Yi Hao released the white dragon, giant elephant, thunderbird, leopard, and giant dragon. Because they were all magical beasts, as long as they could devour the essence, blood, and magic crystals of magical beasts, they could break through. As soon as all the pets were released, they pounced on the magical beasts' corpses. Oh right, when will this azure dragon egg hatch? Yi Hao took out the azure dragon egg that he had received as a reward for subduing the dragon. Unfortunately, when he wanted to hatch it, the system told him that his level was not enough. In a fit of anger, Yi Hao threw the azure dragon egg into the corner of the system space. When Yi Hao took out the azure dragon egg, everyone, including the giant dragon, looked at the azure dragon egg in fear and did not dare to approach it. Little dragon, as a member of the dragon clan, why are you afraid of this azure dragon egg? Yi Hao looked at the giant dragon and asked in confusion. Master, this egg is also from the dragon clan? The giant dragon asked in shock. It turned out that the dragon clan was also very powerful. They also had their own planet where there were various species of dragon clan. Black dragons like them were only at the bottom of the dragon clan. For some unknown reason, a few black dragons were summoned to the Myriad Kingdom continent and began to reproduce. Black dragons were at the bottom of the dragon clan, but when they arrived at the Myriad Kingdom continent, they instantly rose from the ground. They became the noblest race. These were the inherited memories in the giant dragon's mind. The giant dragon said slowly, if this egg is a dragon egg, then it must be a noble. The dragon clan's strict hierarchy made him fear the azure dragon egg from the bottom of his heart. The azure dragon is worthy of being a divine beast. Yi Hao took out a purple-red ring jade token and found that he still could not contract it. It still reminded him that his level was not enough. Yi Hao could only helplessly put the azure dragon egg back. Who? When the dragon saw Yi Hao put away the azure dragon egg, it could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This kind of suppression was innate, and it could not even resist. Oh right, I still have 200 million EXP, help me level up. Yi Hao could not help but sigh. His good luck seemed to have run out. There was a total of 10 billion EXP, and he could get 2 billion EXP each time. Even if he didn't get 2 billion EXP, he could still get 1 billion EXP. If he didn't get 1 billion EXP, he could get 500 million EXP. Who would have thought that the system would only give him 200 million experience? Upgrade. Yi Hao said to the system. Ding dong, congratulations to host for spending 10 million experience points. Current level, level 11 Martial Saint. Continue. Ding dong, congratulations to host for consuming 100 million experience points. Host is now Emperor Wu level 1. Damn, so many. Every time he broke through to level 11, he would need a huge amount of experience. However, Yi Hao did not expect that he would need 100 million experience. Fortunately, he had found an origin fragment. Otherwise, he would have to kill a lot of demonic beasts to break through to Emperor Wu's level. Continue. Ding dong, congratulations to host for consuming 20 million experience points. Current level, Emperor Wu Level 2. Ding dong, congratulations to host for consuming 30 million experience points. Current level, Emperor Wu Level 3. With 40 million experience points left, Yi Hao estimated that he could break through to Emperor Wu Level 4. However, he was not in a hurry to break through. This was because every time he broke through, no matter how serious his injuries were, they would immediately heal. If he had enough experience points last time, he would not have to spend 1,000,000 soul points to heal his injuries. Now that he had reached Emperor Wu's level, he could kill enemies one level higher than him. In other words, he was now a level 3 Emperor Wu, but he could deal with level 1 martial emperors. Boom, boom, boom. In the ancient ruins, there was a scene of breakthroughs. Yi Hao's pets were constantly devouring demonic beasts and breaking through. However, the fastest to break through was the devourer beast. When others devoured, they had to digest the energy. However, the devourer beast did not need to digest at all. As long as it devoured enough demonic beasts, it could break through immediately. Yi Hao realized that there was a message in his voice transmission talisman. Yi Hao immediately took it out. Master, I have taken Shen Wansan away. At the same time, I have given the other voice transmission talisman to Guan Yu. My cultivation has just recovered. I still need some time to prepare before I go look for those two beasts. This message was naturally from Chen Zixiao. Chen Zixiao found a cave to heal his injuries. According to the map that Yi Hao gave him, he first went to look for Shen Wansan. This was because he could not wait to sell Erguatu. This was a treasure that could earn him martial Dao crystals. After that, he found Guan Yu. At the same time, he passed the voice transmission talisman and a batch of resources to Guan Yu. I understand. Yi Hao replied simply. Yi Hao then picked up Guan Yu's voice transmission talisman. Guan Yu, how is my Yang Long's development? After a while, the voice transmission talisman replied, General Guan Yu greets the master. Now, all the generals are following the master's orders and are rapidly attacking the level 9 and level 10 regions. Now, they have already taken down 372 cities. As for the Fiend Demon Spirit Kingdom, they sent an envoy over. Prime Minister Li used the excuse that the master is in seclusion to brush them off. Also, recently, the Great Sun Imperial Dynasty has risen. It seems that they are going to attack the Fire Empire. This might affect us. Now, our citizens have reached 100 million. However, there are 20 million soldiers. They are led by General Zilong. In order to cater to the master's low-profile development, these are all carried out secretly. However, it is more difficult to continue developing. General Zilong and the other generals have already broken through to the Martial King realm. The lowest is Wu Hu realm. As for Yang Huang City, it is led by General Jian Wei. It is a level 8 force and has more than 30 cities. General Jian Wei has also cultivated to the Martial Honorable realm. Yi Hao nodded as he listened. They were indeed the heroes of history. In just a few months, they had been fighting day and night. It was not easy for them to not fall behind in their cultivation. Therefore, Yi Hao wanted to reward these generals. System, help me raise Xu Da, Yu Fei, Ran Minute, and Zhao Zilong to the martial spirit realm. Ding dong, do you want to spend one? 96 million soul points. Yes. Ding dong, upgrade successful. Xiahou Dun, Cheng Yarojin, Ding Feng, Zhong Bao, all of them to the martial king realm. Ding dong, do you want to spend one? 5 million soul points. Yes. Ding dong, upgrade successful. In the level 8 region, as long as one was at the Wu Hu realm, it was enough to survive. Now that they were all at the martial king realm, it was a considerable help to the generals. Actually, Yi Hao did not know that although Guan Yu said it was easy, it was not easy for the generals to lead their troops into battle. Fire Dragon Empire, Zhao Zilong Army. Half an hour ago, everyone was still frowning. Chapter 282. No, I have just returned from Yang Huang City. My battle results have already fallen behind the other major armies. Over the past few months, Zhao Zilong had a more experienced look on his face. He immediately rejected the idea. He had started out in Yanghuang City, and then returned to the Fire Dragon Empire after receiving a decree, leading 100,000 men. Marching southwest, he had already conquered more than 20 cities in just a few months. Everything had been going smoothly, and his men had increased to nearly 1 million. This time, he had already given a military order to conquer Pil Sun City in 3 days. Indeed, on the first day, of the 3 generals of Pil Sun City, 2 died and 1 surrendered. At this time, the reinforcements had also arrived, and Zhao Zilong retreated to rest. But who knew that a group of people from Pil Sun City had appeared out of nowhere? A few of them were at the martial spirit level. In just 2 days, his side had already lost 4 or 5 generals. Until now, no one dared to accept the challenge, and it was a stalemate. Now that the 3-day deadline was up, Zhao Zilong was a little anxious. If he was delayed in this small Pil Sun City, it would affect the rest of his journey. Let me go meet him. Zhao Zilong slammed the table and stood up. Even if he died in battle, he could not lose face. General, you can't. Lu Fang hurriedly stopped him. Although Zhao Zilong was valiant, along the way, Zhao Zilong had taken down a few of those stronger than Zhao Zilong. But those were just a few minor levels apart. But this time was different. The difference between the two was too great. If Zhao Zilong went out now, he would only be sending himself to death. I've already made a military order, and the time limit is almost up. If I miss the military order, I won't be able to escape death. You guys retreat first, and I'll hold the line for you. Zhao Zilong ignored Lu Fang's advice and put on his helmet. General. Lu Fang's eyes were wet, and he wanted to dissuade him. This is a military order. Zhao Zilong's tone was firm, and he said sternly. Yes. Lu Fang's heart was filled with sorrow. He knew that Zhao Zilong would definitely die this time. Lu Fang knelt on the ground, letting his tears fall. At the same time, he kowtowed heavily. General, please retract your order. Zhao Zilong opened the tent flap and saw hundreds of generals standing outside. They were all kneeling on the ground and begging for orders. I have made up my mind. Zhao Zilong looked at his subordinates, who had been fighting with him for months. He was very pleased, but his voice was still cold. General. Most of these generals were personally promoted by Zhao Zilong, so they already had feelings for Zhao Zilong. A mournful atmosphere gathered in the sky. Bring me my wine. Zhao Zilong shouted at his adjutant. Soon, the adjutant brought 2 bottles of erguatu. Zhao Zilong looked at the generals and said, "This wine was bestowed by the Lord. I haven't had the heart to drink it yet. Today, I will drink it with all of you. Bring me some water." Zhao Zilong continued. A few soldiers immediately brought over 2 large vats of water. Zhao Zilong opened the vats and poured a bottle into each vat. Come, 1 bowl each. Don't drink too much. Zhao Zilong saw that the atmosphere was too solemn, so he couldn't help but joke. But no one could laugh. Still, they took the bowls from the soldiers and scooped a bowl for each of them. Come, cheers. Zhao Zilong raised his bowl and said, "Cheers." The generals shouted in unison, but there was a hint of sadness in their voices. Does it taste good? Zhao Zilong threw the bowl to the soldiers and asked the generals. It's good. Thank you for the wine, General. The generals shouted in unison. Ha ha ha. When I come back alive, I will definitely ask the Lord to reward you with pure wine. I will let you drink to your heart's content. Whoosh. Zhao Zilong finished speaking and whistled. A horse immediately galloped over. Zhao Zilong jumped on the horse and rushed towards Danyang City. Retreat. Lu Fang understood that he couldn't let down Zhao Zilong's good intentions. He withdrew his reluctant gaze and ordered the other generals. My king, the enemy has retreated. In Danyang City, a spy immediately ran to the palace and reported. What? The king of Danyang country was only a peak martial artist in Wuhu. Danyang was a wild country, but it was just a city. It was just that they were lucky enough to get the imperial jade seal. Go and get the generals. We can't let them get away so easily, the king of Danyang country quickly said. No need. I'm here. Wang Guanxiong walked into the palace with a group of followers. He did not take the king of Danyang country seriously at all. The king of Danyang country was not surprised. He was used to it. After all, Wang Guanxiong was a powerful martial artist. His country was almost destroyed, and it was all thanks to Wang Guanxiong. General, the enemy is retreating. Please bring some men to stop them, the king of Danyang country said anxiously. Big brother, this is an opportunity. This army is made up of close to 1 million soldiers. If we can kill the generals, we can take these soldiers under our command, Wang Guanxiong's followers whispered beside him. Wang Guanxiong and his brothers had been bandits in the mountains. But their village had been destroyed. So, they had no choice but to escape to this low-level force to hide. They had only wanted to hide in Danyang City and did not want to get involved in this matter. However, the king of Danyang country had tempted them with money and sex. Although martial arts were the most important, it was not impossible to live comfortably for a few days. So, they helped the king of Danyang country kill the generals under Zhao Zilong. My king, please wait for a moment. I'll go and take the heads of the enemy generals. Wang Guanxiong did not show any respect to the king of Danyang country as he walked out of the palace. My king, these people will be a disaster if we leave them alive, an official of Danyang City said after Wang Guanxiong and the others had left. Do you think I don't know? The king of Danyang country's eyes flashed coldly as he took out a bottle of ammunition. Instruct the imperial chef to prepare a celebratory banquet for the generals. Yes. The official immediately understood when he saw the bottle of elixir. If I didn't need you, do you think I would be so respectful to you? The king of Danyang country snorted coldly. Who are you, kid? Wang Guanxiong asked sternly as he walked out of the city with tens of thousands of soldiers. He saw the general in white robes blocking the city gate. I am Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong said. Big brother, this is the general of the enemy army, Wang Guanxiong's subordinate said as he hurried to Wang Guanxiong's side. Oh, it is General Zhao. I wonder if you will be willing to serve under me? Wang Guanxiong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhao Zilong. When he saw that Zhao Zilong was also a talent, he couldn't help but smile. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Zhao Zilong's brows twitched. However, his goal was to delay Wang Guanxiong and give the army a chance to retreat. I won't bully you. Old 7, you go. Wang Guanxiong saw that there was hope in subduing Zhao Zilong, so he said to one of his second-order Marshal King subordinates. Chapter 283. Big brother, this kid dares to stop us alone. His courage is commendable. This kid is so young. It's not easy for him to reach the Marshal King realm in this place. Wang Guanxiong's underlings were sizing up Zhao Zilong as they discussed. I like this kid's talent. It's a pity to kill him. But if I can't use him, I can only bear the pain and cut my wrist, Wang Guanxiong said as he nodded. By then, Zhao Zilong and Old 7 had already exchanged dozens of blows. Tumpage, you're nothing special. My big brother thinks so highly of you. Old 7 and Zhao Zilong were equal in strength. Old 7 could sense that Zhao Zilong was not as good as him and could not help but mock him. Idiot, Zhao Zilong thought to himself. Although he and Old 7 were at the same level, he could kill Old 7 in an instant if he used all his strength. But what he needed to do now was to stall for time. Hence, Zhao Zilong pretended to be weak. Too weak. Zhao Zilong despised Old 7 in his heart. He really wanted to kill Old 7 with his spear. But in order to stall for time, he had to keep showing his flaws. Kid, you can't take it anymore. If you can't take it, just surrender. Old 7 was very proud of himself when he saw Zhao Zilong's flaws. He thought that he was too strong and kept mocking him. Old 7's martial arts skills have improved. Wang Guanxiong's underlings laughed when they saw Zhao Zilong being beaten back. Only Wang Guanxiong looked unhappy. He said coldly, "Don't you know how strong Old 7 is? This. Big brother, Are you saying that the kid is deliberately going easy on him? Hearing Wang Guanxiong's words, the underlings' faces changed and they asked in shock. Didn't you see that no matter how big of a flaw he showed, old Seven could not hit him? Wang Guanxiong said in a low voice. Wang Guanxiong's underlings were furious. They thought that they were being played. Big brother, let me kill that kid. Okay. Although Wang Guanxiong was reluctant, he knew that it would be very difficult to subdue Zhao Zilong. I've played enough. You can go now. Zhao Zilong had been paying attention to Wang Guanxiong's movements. When he noticed one of Wang Guanxiong's subordinates coming over, Zhao Zilong knew that he couldn't continue acting anymore. He couldn't help but chuckle. Old Seven was stunned. He did not understand what Zhao Zilong meant. What? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Zilong had already pierced his throat with his gun. Die, brat. Third brother was already at the early stage of martial spirit. He could already fly in the air. He quickly flew in front of Zhao Zilong and stabbed at Zhao Zilong with his sword. Bang! Zhao Zilong knew that he was no match for him. After all, the gap between the two of them was about one realm. However, he still gritted his teeth and brandished his spear in an attempt to block the attack. However, the huge force directly knocked him off his horse. Brat, don't even think about resisting. You are no match for me. Third brother sneered and shot the long sword in his hand directly at Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong already felt that death was in front of him. He had already closed his eyes and was ready to die. However, he suddenly felt the strength in his body increase. He didn't have time to think because he had already heard the sound of the long sword piercing through the air. The long sword was only a few feet away from him. Clang! Instinctively, he immediately picked up his long spear and accurately hit third brother's long sword. The long sword suffered an even greater impact and immediately returned to its original path. However, its speed was even faster. Third brother, be careful. Wang Guanxiong reacted the fastest and immediately shouted. What? Third brother seemed to have seen his long sword pierce through Zhao Zilong's chest. He couldn't help but feel proud. A genius had died in his hands, which made him feel supreme pleasure. However, he didn't hear Wang Guanxiong's words clearly. He immediately turned around and looked at Wang Guanxiong. He didn't notice that his sword had already attacked him and directly pierced through his back. How is this possible? Third brother's body trembled and directly fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Until his death, he didn't understand why the sword that attacked Zhao Zilong had returned to its original path and pierced through his body. Thank you, Lord, for saving my life. Zhao Zilong stood up happily and silently thanked him in his heart. The only person who could make his cultivation level increase so suddenly was probably the Lord. However, this increase in cultivation level was too timely. If it had been a second later, he would have probably died here. Give me your lives. Zhao Zilong's eyes flashed with a bright light as he flew towards Wang Guanxiong. Although he wasn't used to flying for a moment, he quickly mastered it. How can this be? Including Wang Guanxiong, no one understood how a dying person's cultivation level could suddenly increase. Archers, shoot. Although these low-level arrows couldn't cause any harm to Zhao Zilong, they would still affect him to a certain extent. Suddenly, thousands of arrows were shot rapidly towards Zhao Zilong. Damn it! Zhao Zilong was very unhappy. Although these arrows couldn't hurt him, he couldn't just ignore them. Therefore, he could only continuously shoot down the arrows. If he had to deal with so many arrows before, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. However, he could do it now. However, it would also continuously deplete his strength and stamina. In order to conserve his martial arts power, Zhao Zilong had no choice but to land on the ground. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Wang Guanxiong snorted coldly. He was now regretting it. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Zhao Zilong earlier. Then, he wouldn't have had to sacrifice two of his brothers for nothing. Shoot, shoot with all your might. Wang Guanxiong kept ordering the soldiers. All of you, attack. Wang Guanxiong knew clearly that it was impossible to rely on arrows to deplete Zhao Zilong's stamina. He knew how strong a martial spirit was. Even if he used up all the arrows in Danyang City, it would still be impossible to deplete Zhao Zilong's stamina completely. Now, he could only use the lives of these soldiers to deplete Zhao Zilong's stamina. Hearing Wang Guanxiong's words, the group of soldiers immediately retreated. Zhao Zilong was so strong. If they went up, wouldn't they be courting death? Seeing that the soldiers were afraid to move forward, Wang Guanxiong hit a soldier's head with his palm. The soldier's brain immediately exploded and he died. This will be the outcome of those who don't listen to military orders. Whoever kills this thief will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, the position of great general, and the cultivation of yellow rank martial arts. Wang Guanxiong threatened and tempted at the same time. I want great general, I'll fight you to the death. I want yellow rank martial arts, kill. The gold is mine. Wang Guanxiong's temptation was obviously very effective. After all, humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was a principle that would never change. A bunch of mobs. Looking at the soldiers charging at him, Zhao Zilong swept away the army with his spear, instantly killing several people. However, it couldn't stop the greedy soldiers. The soldiers continued to swarm forward. Chapter 284. Kill. The battle cries echoed through the air, and the sound of weapons clashing was deafening. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Zhao Zilong's feet had already piled up into a pile of corpses. Kill. Zhao Zilong was panting heavily. He had already killed thousands of people and had used up half of his energy. No matter how strong Zhao Zilong was, he could not block attacks from all directions. There were many wounds on his body. As for the soldiers, they started to feel fear in their hearts. Their greedy hearts slowly calmed down. It was because Zhao Zilong was too terrifying. Thousands of people had already died in such a short time, but Zhao Zilong did not suffer any serious injuries. Big brother, I think this kid is about to die, Wang Guanxiong's subordinate said as he saw Zhao Zilong's movements slowing down. No rush. Wang Guanxiong did not want to risk his life anymore. His brothers could not die. He did not care about the soldiers from Rising Sun City. They were not his subordinates anyway. It would be best if they could exhaust Zhao Zilong to death. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. What's going on? Wang Guanxiong's face changed. He looked into the distance and saw a cloud of dust. Dark shadows were rushing towards them. Big brother, this army is flying Zhao Zilong's flag. It seems to be that kid's army, Wang Guanxiong's subordinate said in a panic. Why are you panicking? Go and kill this kid first, Wang Guanxiong said calmly. General. We are here. Lu Fang shouted as he took the lead. Good. Seeing Lu Fang return, Zhao Zilong was overjoyed. Kill these soldiers for me. I will go and kill the others. Yes, sir. Trying to run? Not so easy. Wang Guanxiong saw that the situation was hopeless and wanted to escape with his subordinates. Zhao Zilong immediately raised his spear and chased after them. Seeing that Zhao Zilong was about to catch up, second brother immediately said to Wang Guanxiong, Big brother, you run first. My brothers and I will bring up the rear. Second brother, take care of yourselves. Wang Guanxiong didn't have time to say more and immediately ran away at full speed. Seeing that you guys are real men, I'll give you a quick death. Zhao Zilong admired their loyalty, but that didn't mean that he would let them go. Cut the crap. Brothers, let's go. As soon as the second brother finished speaking, he led 3 of his brothers to surround Zhao Zilong. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhao Zilong snorted. His figure flashed as he quickly chased after Wang Guanxiong. As for second brother and the other 3, they all fell to the ground after Zhao Zilong left. Taking a closer look, there was a faint mark on their necks. I'll let you go for now. After chasing for a while, Zhao Zilong did not see Wang Guanxiong's shadow and had to turn back. Brothers, I'm sorry. Seeing that Zhao Zilong had left, Wang Guanxiong walked out from a corner and knelt on the ground. Big brother, let's go quickly. That kid will catch up to us soon, Wang Guanxiong said worriedly with tears on his face. There was only one subordinate left beside Wang Guanxiong now. Brothers, I'll avenge you guys. You guys are my right-hand men. Now that you're dead, I've lost my right-hand men. I'm going to cut off one of my arms now, Wang Guanxiong said and was about to cut off one of his shoulders. Big brother, you can't. Fifth brother hurriedly stopped him. Our brothers definitely don't want to see big brother like this. No, I have to become stronger so that I can avenge my brothers. Wang Guanxiong shook his head sadly. If I don't have the strength to avenge my brothers, what's the point of having this shoulder? If I can avenge my brothers, I can naturally grow a new shoulder. Wang Guanxiong's goal was to break through to the legendary Martial Saint realm. This was because at the Martial Saint level, one would have a chance to be reborn. At that time, one would be able to grow a new arm. However, it was too difficult to reach the Martial Saint realm. Big brother. Fifth brother did not know what to say. Wang Guanxiong raised the weapon in his hand and cut off his left shoulder. Intense pain filled his head and he almost fainted. However, Wang Guanxiong relied on his own willpower and bit his lip to persevere. Big brother, why are you doing this? Fifth brother could not bear to watch. Fifth brother, go. Find a place to spend the rest of your life. Wang Guanxiong looked at fifth brother and said reluctantly. Big brother, I'm not going. I want to follow you. Fifth brother hurriedly shook his head. Big brother, your life will be in danger this time. You're the only brother I have left. I can't bear to see anything happen to you. Wang Guanxiong stretched out his hand and wiped away fifth brother's tears. But big brother, I can't bear to part with you. Fifth brother cried sadly. When the time comes, big brother will come back for you. Wang Guanxiong forced a smile on his face. However, he had lost a lot of blood and his face was pale. He looked somewhat scary. Go. Wang Guanxiong pushed fifth brother away and said. Fifth brother immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Big brother, I'll wait for you. You can't lie to me. You must come back for me. Big brother, you must keep your word. Wang Guanxiong was talented. If he were to cultivate diligently, he would definitely achieve something. However, he was greedy for the life of the mortal world. He was not very interested in cultivation. However, this time, he had a complete epiphany. If it were not for him, there would not be only one of his brothers who had gone through fire and water with him. In fact, he had always hidden a secret in his heart. That secret was an opportunity, but it was also full of unknown dangers. However, he could not care less now. No matter how dangerous it was worth it because he wanted to avenge his brothers. Seeing Zhao Zilong carrying a few corpses, Lu Fang and the other generals quickly came over and asked, General, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhao Zilong threw the corpses on the ground. Bury these people. They can be considered men. Right, why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to retreat? Zhao Zilong suddenly asked solemnly. Because he had given a military order. No matter what, Lu Fang had disobeyed a military order and had to be punished. Lu Fang looked around and walked over to Zhao Zilong. General, I had already retreated. However, I suddenly felt that my cultivation had increased. I felt that it was because of the master, so I came back to help. Lu Fang looked around and whispered to Zhao Zilong. You also increased your cultivation. Zhao Zilong was overjoyed. Although Lu Fang had done the right thing, he could not set a precedent for the other generals. Zhao Zilong thought for a moment and gave Lu Fang an apologetic look. Lu Fang, receive your punishment. This general will punish you. Lu Fang saw Zhao Zilong's expression and immediately knelt on the ground. Chapter 285. Lu Fang also understood why Zhao Zilong did this. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. In the army, military orders were of utmost importance. Now that the army was getting bigger and there were more generals, they had to be strictly restrained. No matter what, there had to be punishment for disobeying military orders. There was no exception. Lu Fang disobeyed the military order without permission, so he should be beheaded. But since he has done a meritorious deed, his death sentence can be avoided, but he can't escape punishment. His official rank is a first-grade general, and he will be punished with 40 strikes. I will carry out the punishment, and his salary will be deducted for 3 months. You should take this as a warning. Once I take over Danyang City, I will carry out the punishment immediately. Danyang City was now an empty city. After all, the tens of thousands of soldiers had been killed. The king of Danyang country immediately opened the city gates and surrendered. The king of Danyang country knelt in front of the city gates and smiled at Zhao Zilong. General Zhao, you have an extraordinary aura. I have long heard of it. Now that I have seen it, it is indeed so. I have already prepared a banquet, please take a seat. Thank you, king of Danyang country. Zhao Zilong glanced at the king of Danyang country and said lightly, "This is what I should do." The king of Danyang country quickly smiled. "Then please." Zhao Zilong gestured with his hand. Soon, all the generals were seated. Zhao Zilong sat on the main seat. The king of Danyang country and a group of officials stood to the side. "Generals, you must be tired. Please eat," the king of Danyang country said anxiously. This was because he had already drugged the dishes. This was originally prepared for Wang Guanxiong and the others. He did not expect to use it on Zhao Zilong. Wait a minute. Seeing that the generals were about to eat, Zhao Zilong put down his chopsticks. The king of Danyang country was shocked. Have we been discovered? This is the king of Danyang country's territory. The king of Danyang country should be the first to eat. If the host does not eat, how can we eat? Zhao Zilong said with a smile. General Zhao, you must be joking. I have already surrendered to you. How can I still be the king of Danyang country? The king of Danyang country smiled. Looks like I've been overthinking. I shouldn't have been discovered yet. The king of the Pil Sun country heaved a sigh of relief. Pa. Zhao Zilong suddenly smiled and threw his chopsticks on the table. Today, you have to eat whether you want to or not. Someone come and feed him. The king of Danyang kingdom immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. General, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. The generals were shocked. Fortunately, Zhao Zilong had discovered it in advance, otherwise they would have been in danger. Feed him. Zhao Zilong didn't care about the king of the Danyang kingdom's pleas for mercy as he shouted sternly. Feed them as well. Zhao Zilong pointed at the officials of Rising Sun City. General, this has nothing to do with us. Please spare our lives. A group of officials knelt on the ground and desperately begged for mercy. None of your business. Zhao Zilong sneered. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. The officials were speechless. Generals, remember this. This is a lesson. If you don't learn from it, you might lose your life. Zhao Zilong didn't forget to teach the generals. The generals quickly knelt on the ground and said, Thank you, General, for your teaching. We will remember it. Good. Today, we will eat together with the soldiers. Zhao Zilong smiled and walked out of the hall. The generals immediately followed him. As for the king of Danyang kingdom, he was served by his own people and ate his own poisonous dishes. Lu Fang, do you blame me? Late at night, Zhao Zilong walked into Lu Fang's tent with a pile of food and asked, General, why are you here? I am guilty now. It won't be good if others see me. Lu Fang quickly struggled to get up. Zhao Zilong had beaten Lu Fang in front of the army to give the generals a warning. He didn't show any mercy. Don't worry. I've already sent them away. Hearing Lu Fang's words, Zhao Zilong felt gratified. Come and eat something. I hope you don't blame me. I had no choice. Zhao Zilong bitterly smiled. Why would I blame you? We are all working for the Lord. This is nothing. Lu Fang smiled. Inside Ran Min's camp. Ha ha ha, the Lord has really helped me a lot. Ran Minute had been like Zhao Zilong in the past few days. He had been stuck in a stalemate. For the past few days, he had been stuck in a deadlock. Just as he was feeling vexed, he realized that he had actually broken through. "Men, bring me wine." Ran Minute was very happy and couldn't help but shout towards the outside of the tent. "General, please have some wine." A soldier walked in with a pile of food. Ran Minute looked at the soldier and said, "Raise your head." The soldier's sleeve moved and a dagger appeared in his hand. "Dog, give me your life." "Ha ha, the great general of the White Star Nation can actually be an assassin." Seeing the soldier's face, Ran Minute couldn't help but laugh. The person in front of him was the one who worried him. His strength was at the 8th level martial spirit. Before he broke through, he was definitely a big threat to him. Originally, he wanted to personally deal with him. He didn't expect that he would deliver himself to his door. "You want to kill me? You're still far from it." Ran Minute threw the wine cup in his hand at the soldier's wrist. "En." The soldier groaned. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground. The soldier's handsome face suddenly changed. "You were hiding your strength. So what?" Ran Minute punched the soldier's chest. Chapter 286. It's none of your business. Bai Yang snorted. At the same time, she was thinking about how to escape from this place. However, when she saw Ran Min's height and strength, she felt helpless. Ran Minute took a few steps closer. Bai Yang. Bai Yang was afraid that Ran Minute would do something to her, so she immediately called out. "All right, you can go now. Remember to ask your father to open the gates and surrender. He has no way to resist." Ran Minute said and walked out of the tent. "What?" Bai Yang was surprised. She thought that Ran Minute was going to do something to her. She didn't expect him to let her go so easily. "This big idiot, he won't fall for me." Bai Yang frowned as she thought. Whatever, she had to leave this place first. Bai Yang was afraid that Ran Minute would regret it, so she quickly put on her helmet and ran away. "General, have you taken a liking to her?" Ran Minute stood in the corner and looked at Bai Yang's back as he inquired. "I think you want to get beaten up." Ran Minute reached out to hit the guard, but the guard immediately ran away. "Bai Yang, that's a good name. I must marry you." Ran Min's heart was filled with love for Bai Yang, so he couldn't help but mutter. "My precious daughter, where did you go? Do you know that you worried me to death?" Baixing Nation was originally a Marquis nation. The emperor of Baixing Nation gave birth to a genius daughter. Now, the nation's rank was raised to King Nation. Therefore, Bai Yang had always been the apple of his eye. When he knew that Bai Yang left the city, he was even more worried. When he saw Bai Yang return, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "HMPH, liar, big idiot." Bai Yang stomped her feet angrily. "What's wrong, my dear daughter? Who made you angry?" Emperor Baixing quickly stroked his beloved daughter's hair and asked gently. "It's the enemy's general, Ran Minute. He always said that he was a martial king. Only now did I know that he was hiding his strength. He is clearly a martial spirit pinnacle." Bai Yang said angrily. "What?" Emperor Baixing was shocked. "How is that possible? Then we are finished." Baixing Nation and Ran Minute couldn't win in terms of soldiers. It was his daughter who was a martial spirit elite that made Ran Minute not dare to act rashly. If they lost this advantage, then the White Star Nation would be gone. "Daughter, why don't we surrender?" King Baixing frowned for a long time before making a difficult decision. "Father, I will never surrender." Bai Yang immediately refused. "Even so, father, you can't allow the entire White Star Nation to suffer the calamity of the Blood Dome." The king of the White Star Nation had actually planned to surrender from the very beginning. Moreover, if they surrendered, other than having their military power taken away, they could still hold an official position. However, Bai Yang rejected his offer. Ran Min's expression changed and he couldn't help but shout, What? This is impossible. I will never betray my master. Bai Yang didn't expect Ran Minute to be so angry. She frowned and asked, "Is this princess not as important as your master?" "No one can compare to my master in my heart." Ran Min's tone was firm as he turned around. "If this is your condition, then please go back." "You." Bai Yang was so angry that she couldn't speak. She didn't understand why Ran Minute was so loyal to his master. Was she so unattractive? Bai Yang was indignant. She wanted to fling her sleeves and leave. Just as she reached the door, Bai Yang stopped and her eyes revealed a cold expression. She turned around and said, "General Ran, there's no need to be angry. This princess was just joking with you." Ran Minute angrily snorted. "General Ran, I was just testing you. I, Bai Yang, am looking for a man. I don't need to understand him. Don't be angry, I really want to marry you." Bai Yang put her arm on Ran Min's shoulder and said in a gentle tone. However, the disgust in her eyes revealed her inner thoughts. Chapter 287. Of course, if you really want to marry me, you can come to White Star Palace tomorrow to ask for my hand in marriage. As for whether you will come or not, that will depend on whether you have the guts to do so. White Smoke smiled and kissed old K's face. Then, she ran out of the tent. "General, this woman's words can't be trusted." Ding Feng walked in from the back of the tent and advised Ran Minute, who was in a daze. "No." Ran Minute interrupted Ding Feng, "I fell in love with Bai Yang at first sight. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I have to try. I don't want to regret it. Great General, if you don't come out in an hour, I'll lead my men to attack the city." Seeing Ran Min's infatuated look, Ding Feng knew that his advice was useless. Ran Minute nodded and agreed with Ding Feng's decision. "I hope you're not lying to me." Ran Minute touched his face and was lost in thought. He muttered softly with a pure smile on his face. The next day, under the gaze of millions of soldiers, Ran Minute walked straight to White Star Imperial City with his double-edged spear. Outside White Star Imperial City, red satin was hung everywhere. When Ran Minute saw this, he was slightly relieved. "Great General Ran, please leave your weapon behind and enter the palace alone." A general came forward and said respectfully to Ran Minute. Ran Min's face was filled with displeasure as he said in a low voice, "This double-edged spear has never left my body." "What do you mean by this?" Seeing Ran Minute angry, the general was a little afraid and quickly explained with a smile, "This is the princess's idea. Her Highness said that today is a good day and bringing weapons is inauspicious." "What's inauspicious about it? Get out of my way." Ran Min's face was filled with impatience as he kicked the general away. Ran Minute walked into the city alone. The commoners in the city all had smiles on their faces. This atmosphere isn't right. Looking at the crowd on the road, there were too many young and strong men. Ran Minute raised his guard and continued to walk towards the palace. Boom! The sound of the city gate closing came from behind. Ran Minute could clearly feel that the air was filled with killing intent. "General, please drink this bowl of wine." Suddenly, a row of maids walked over with a jade bowl in their hands and said to Ran Minute, looking at the bowl of wine in the maid's hand. Ran Minute smiled and said, "I don't drink." The maidservant's expression changed and she quickly said, "This is the custom of our Baixing kingdom. If the general wants to marry the princess, please drink this bowl of wine." Old K looked at the maid and asked in a serious tone, "Is there something in your wine?" "Haha, I'm just joking with you. If your princess wants me to drink, how can I not drink?" Ran Minute stared at the maid. Seeing the maid's eyes darting around, Ran Minute already knew what was going on. He picked up the bowl of wine and drank it in one gulp. Using his sleeve to wipe his mouth, he said, "It really is good wine." Seeing that Ran Min's bowl was empty, the maid couldn't help but feel happy. A smile appeared on her face again. "Please enter the palace, the princess is waiting for you." "Yes." Old K knew that this was most likely a trap that White Smoke had set for him, waiting for him to fall into. However, Ran Minute was still unwilling to give up and walked towards the palace. "Men, take him down." Bai Yang calculated the effects of the medicine. When it was almost done, Bai Yang suddenly appeared in the air and shouted, "Hua-la-la-la!" Immediately, thousands of soldiers rushed out from all directions, surrounding Ran Minute so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. What is the meaning of this? Ran Minute felt a pain in his heart. It was an indescribable feeling. The thing that he didn't want to see still happened. "Temph, do you think you are worthy of this princess? You want to marry this princess?" What wishful thinking. Bai Yang coldly looked at Ran Minute, her tone filled with disdain. "Ha ha ha ha." Ran Minute looked up to the sky and laughed. "Wishful thinking? What wishful thinking?" Ran Min's voice was filled with sadness. He had never cried before, but now, 2 streams of tears uncontrollably flowed down his face. "Kill this arrogant person." Seeing Ran Min's appearance, Bai Yang wasn't moved at all. Instead, she was even more disgusted. "Come." Ran Min's body emitted killing intent. He just wanted to kill to his heart's content. "Kill." The 3,000 soldiers heard Bai Yang's order and shouted in unison. "Scram!" Ran Minute roared as the double-edged spear in his hand danced. The double-edged spear could be used to attack from both sides, so Ran Minute didn't even need to defend. He only needed to attack. He just needed to vent his anger. Under Ran Min's double-edged spear, no one was a match for him. In an instant, hundreds of people died. Ran Minute became more and more courageous as he fought. He attacked the soldiers around him. These soldiers were all his vents. This is too scary. Didn't he say that he had no battle strength left? "Princess, you must have lied to us. I don't want to fight anymore. This is just throwing away our lives." Looking at Ran Minute, who was like a killing god, the remaining soldiers became more and more afraid as they fought. They couldn't help but retreat. Ran Minute roared, "Today, I will slaughter everyone in the city. Don't even think about escaping." How can this be? Bai Yang didn't understand. Logically speaking, if Ran Minute drank her wine, he should have lost all his martial arts. Seeing Ran Min's battle strength, Bai Yang knew that she wasn't his match. That was why she only dared to watch from the sky. She didn't dare to go down and fight with Ran Minute. "Gather the soldiers. We must kill him." Looking at Ran Min's murderous eyes, Bai Yang quickly ordered, "Let's see how much you can kill." There were 100,000 soldiers hidden in the imperial city. She didn't believe that Ran Minute could kill all of them. "I will kill as many as come." Ran Minute looked at the endless stream of soldiers. At this moment, there was already a river of blood under his feet. "Ha ha ha, great. Let's see how long you can last." Bai Yang snorted coldly. At this moment, the number of soldiers killed by Ran Minute had reached 10,000. Among them were 3,000 elite soldiers. Those 3,000 elite soldiers were equivalent to 30,000 soldiers. Although she could deal with them, she couldn't do it as easily as Ran Minute. On the other hand, Ran Minute was filled with murderous intent. It was as if he was a killing machine. At this moment, he didn't know what fatigue was. "Go." Bai Yang was regretting her decision. But since things had already come to this, she could only grit her teeth and endure. "Kill." Within the White Star Imperial City, shouts of killing shook the heavens. Soldiers poured in endlessly. When the soldiers in front of Ran Minute died, the soldiers behind immediately took their place. "Time's up. Attack the city." Ding Feng was waiting anxiously in front of the White Star Imperial Palace. He immediately ordered his subordinates. "What is the meaning of this? Your great general is proposing marriage in my city. How dare you attack the city?" The soldiers of the White Star Kingdom had all been sent away. At this moment, there were only a few hundred people on the city wall. Seeing that Ding Feng was going to attack the city, a general quickly came out and shouted, "Go to hell." Ding Feng didn't even care about him and took him down with a swing of his sword. Chapter 288. Not good. Find the general for me. After breaking through the gate and seeing that there was no one on the streets, Ding Feng hurriedly ordered, "General, there are sounds of killing coming from the palace." One of the generals quickly reported. Ding Feng immediately ordered, "General Zhong, bring your men and surround the city." Remember, don't let anyone go. The rest of you, follow me to save the general. Kill them, don't let anyone go. After breaking through the Baixing Kingdom's palace, Ding Feng raised his sword and cut down a few enemy soldiers. Don't move, these are all mine, Old K roared. Right now, only slaughter could extinguish the anger in his heart. Ran Min's body was covered in blood. Even his hair and face were covered in blood. His body was covered in a thick murderous aura, as if he was a bloodthirsty demon. Ding Feng looked at Ran Minute with heartache and then looked at the white smoke in the air. He knew what had happened. Soldiers, surround the palace. Don't kill anyone, and don't let anyone go. Yes. The archers immediately took out their bows and aimed at the soldiers of the Baixing Kingdom. The soldiers of the Baixing Kingdom were already afraid of Ran Minute. Now that they were surrounded, they were in a dilemma. Their morale was low and they had no fighting power left. Ran Minute, stop. I will marry you. Bai Yang knew that she had lost her chance, so she shouted at Ran Minute. Ran Minute acted as if he didn't hear her and continued to kill the enemy. General Ran, I know I was wrong. Please stop. Seeing that Ran Minute didn't respond to her, Bai Yang continued to shout. Ran Minute continued to wave the double-edged spear in his hand. I surrender, I don't want to fight anymore. Have mercy. More than half of the soldiers of the Baixing Kingdom had been killed. More of them knelt down and begged for mercy. Phew. Suddenly, Ran Minute put away his double-edged spear. Watch these people. Follow me. Ran Minute acted as if he didn't see Bai Yang and walked towards the palace. Ran Minute, what are you doing? Seeing Ran Minute walking towards the palace, Bai Yang couldn't help but feel anxious. This was because her father and mother both lived in the palace. Although Bai Yang was anxious, she didn't dare to go down. She could only hope that Ran Minute would forgive her. She kept talking to Ran Minute gently. Capture the person for me. Ran Minute stood on the steps of the main hall and shouted in a deep voice. Soon, the emperor of the Baixing Kingdom and some of his concubines were all captured. I surrender, I surrender. Emperor Baixing was still waiting for his daughter's good news, but to his surprise, he was captured instead. Emperor Baixing hurriedly knelt at Ran Min's feet and shouted. Father. Bai Yang couldn't bear to see her father kneeling on the ground. Hearing Bai Yang's voice, Emperor Baixing raised his head and shouted anxiously, Daughter, run. Don't worry about father. Ran Minute, I beg you, let my father go. Seeing Ran Minute raise his weapon, Bai Yang finally gave up her arrogance. As long as you let my father go, I'll listen to you. Follow me. Old K said disheartened. At this moment, Ran Min's mind was filled with those words. Wishful thinking, and Bai Yang's disgusted gaze, all of these were like sharp swords that kept stabbing into the depths of his heart, making him suffer unspeakably. This kind of invisible pain was thousands of times more painful than the injuries he had suffered on the battlefield. Daughter, don't. Emperor Baixing immediately stopped her. Bai Yang hesitated for a moment and snorted coldly in her heart. After all this time, wasn't it all for her body? He couldn't blame her for looking down on him. Bai Yang immediately put on a pitiful expression as she walked into the main hall and closed the door. She walked behind Ran Minute and hugged his back. She said softly, I know I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? Ran Minute closed his eyes in pain. His heart was filled with sorrow as he said softly, Take off your clothes. Bai Yang immediately did as she was told. Ran Minute walked out of the main hall. The main hall was burning with raging flames, making it impossible for people to see inside the main hall. Kill everyone and set the city on fire. Ran Minute gave an order that he had never given before. General, you can't. There are still civilians in the city. Ding Feng immediately advised. Listen to my orders. I will ask for forgiveness from the Lord. After Ran Minute finished speaking, he left alone. His back view was filled with sorrow. Because it was only yesterday, he thought that he had found his true love. Looking back, it was just a flash in the pan. General Ding, this. A general looked at Ding Feng and asked. Kill. He had never seen Ran Minute like this before. This meant that Ran Minute was truly moved and hurt. Since Ran Minute wanted to destroy this city, He had to be able to extinguish Ran Min's anger. "General, what are you doing?" Ding Feng was afraid that Ran Minute was still sad, so he brought some food and wine to check. However, he realized that Ran Minute wasn't depressed. Instead, he was studying the map. "Haha, it's General Ding. Come and take a look at the route I drew." Ran Minute had a smile on his face. He was completely different from when he was in Baixing Palace. "Oh, okay." Ding Feng didn't expect Ran Minute to recover so quickly. He quickly looked at the food and wine in his hand and walked over. However, Ding Feng didn't notice that the corner of Ran Min's eyes had a trace of sadness. However, he concealed it very well. In the ancient ruins, Yi Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Hao looked at the devourer beast and said to it, "Open the door to the ancient ruins. Remember to let a few people in and immediately close the door." Yi Hao didn't forget to remind the devourer beast. If he really allowed everyone to enter, then his plan would be in vain. Moreover, he still had to avenge his palm strike. At this moment, the martial emperors outside the sect were already impatient from waiting. However, the number of people outside didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. It's already been 9 days. Why hasn't the ancient ruins opened yet? This kid must have obtained some treasures inside. He might even have obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. This kid made us wait for so long and caused us to not be able to enter. I must tear him into pieces. Rumble. At this moment, a path the size of a person suddenly appeared in the smoke of the ancient ruins. At the same time, the ancient stone door slowly opened. The door is open. That kid is coming out. Everyone, quickly set up the barrier. We can't let that kid escape. Seeing that the ancient ruins had opened, all the martial emperors were surprisingly prepared. They all took out their spiritual weapons. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the entrance of the ancient ruins. They didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, they used their mental power to lock onto the entrance of the ancient ruins. They were afraid that Yi Hao would suddenly run away. However, after waiting for a long time, the door of the ancient ruins was still half open. There was no reaction. Chapter 289. Everyone, don't let down your guard. That brat must know that we are waiting for him, so he won't dare to come out for a while. That's right. This brat is too cunning. Everyone, keep your eyes on him. Everyone agreed with this statement. They did not let down their guard and stared at the entrance of the primordial ruins. What's going on with this group of people? Did they leave? After waiting for a long time, Yi Hao, who had been waiting inside, did not move at all. Should I go out and take a look? Since the primordial ruins had a special power, even if the door opened, the people inside would not be able to hear what was going on outside. The people outside would also not be able to hear what was going on inside. Originally, Yi Hao could still see inside from outside. However, now that he was inside, he did not know why he could not see outside at all. Yi Hao walked to the door and quietly poked his head out. "Hey!" Yi Hao instantly saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him. Before anyone could react, he immediately pulled his head back. What a joke! There were dozens of martial emperors. If each of them threw an attack at him, he would probably be reduced to ashes. Everyone, quickly attack. Although the martial emperors reacted quickly, they were not as fast as Yi Hao. If dozens of powerful attacks were thrown at a city with a population of 1 million people, it was estimated that the entire city would be reduced to nothing. However, when the attacks hit the stone door, it was like hitting cotton. It was completely ineffective. Phew. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Yi Hao was also shocked. Not to mention him, even Zhong Fei and Wu Song would probably be reduced to ashes if they went out now. When these martial emperors attacked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1. Even if a martial sage was here, he would probably have to give way. Just a little bit more and we would have hit that brat. What a pity. When the martial emperors saw that Yi Hao had retreated unscathed, they were immediately annoyed. This won't do. I have to lure them in. Yi Hao made up his mind. He could not waste time with them like this. At this time, he had to start taunting them. Only then would he be able to lure the group of martial emperors in and kill them all in one fell swoop. However, Yi Hao was stunned. The people outside could not hear what he was saying. What was there to taunt them for? However, none of this was a problem for Yi Hao. System, help me exchange for a voice recorder. Yi Hao finished recording the quotes and threw it out. Don't break it. Wait. Everyone saw a white object fly out. Just as they were about to attack, they thought it was some kind of magic treasure. However, when the white object fell to the ground, a martial emperor hurriedly stopped it. What kind of spirit weapon is this? Everyone be careful of hidden weapons. All the martial emperors stared at the recording horn attentively, not daring to act rashly. Ahem, there's a broken wine bottle. Yi Hao's voice came from the recording speaker. What is it? The martial emperors carefully took a step back. Clearly, they feared this thing that they had never seen before. All of them prepared to attack at any moment. You bunch of trash, you bunch of trash, you still want to snatch this young master's treasure? Don't be delusional, go back and sleep, you bunch of trash, this young master is still not going out, let's see what you're going to do, you bunch of lowlifes. Ah! Bang! The martial emperors stared at the recording llama. After being scolded by Yi Hao for a whole incense stick's worth of time, one of the martial emperors could not take it anymore and smashed the recording speaker. This is a great humiliation, this is infuriating. The martial emperor was furious. As for the other martial emperors, their faces were also cold, almost dripping water. Who were they? They were the powerhouses of this continent. To be able to cultivate to such a level, which one of them did not have amazing talent and was worshipped and respected by countless people? However, today, so many martial emperors were actually scolded by an ant. More importantly, he scolded for a whole incense stick's worth of time. That was not important. What was important was that they actually listened to the whole thing. I'm going to cut this kid into pieces. The martial emperor had clearly lost his mind and rushed toward the door of the ancient ruins. Be careful. The martial emperors hurriedly stopped him. This was because people over the age of 20 were not allowed to enter the ancient ruins at all. If they barged in recklessly, they would definitely be attacked. He seems to have entered. The martial emperors originally thought that he would be seriously injured, but they did not expect him to enter so easily. Kid, I'm going to kill you. The martial emperor rushed into the ancient ruins and roared at Yi Hao. However, when he was caught by Zhong Fei, he immediately cried, I'm sorry, I seem to have entered the wrong place. Cut the crap, do you want to live or die? Time was running out, so Yi Hao immediately asked. This. The martial emperor wanted to stall for time, hoping that the martial emperors outside would not hesitate and rush in quickly. Kill him. Yi Hao did not have time to talk nonsense with him and directly said softly. No, I want to live. The martial emperor's heart was filled with bitterness. He did not know where Yi Hao found such an expert. Eat it. Zhong Fei took out a pill and said to the martial emperor. The martial emperor did not dare to hesitate and immediately swallowed it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing a third-order martial emperor expert. You have received 300,000 experience points and 300,000 resurrection points. Alright, now that my level is high, even the experience points are less. Yi Hao heard the voice in his mind. He remembered that when he subdued the first martial emperor underling, Chen Zixiao, he received 500,000 experience points and resurrection points. Greetings to the Lord. After eating the pill, Song he did not feel uncomfortable, but his mind was filled with worship for Zhong Fei and Yi Hao. Be prepared to fight at any time. Yi Hao said softly. At the same time, he did not forget to remind the devourer beast, remember, don't let too many martial emperors in. Everyone, the restriction seems to have lost its effect. Then what are we waiting for? This is the ancient ruins, let's go in quickly. Seeing that Song he had safely entered the ancient ruins, all the martial emperors were instantly excited. This was the ancient ruins, and since its appearance until now, there had always been a restriction. Who knew how many reckless people had tried to barge in, but they were all blasted to pieces. Now that the restriction was suddenly gone, a great opportunity was in front of them. How could they not be excited? In an instant, more than a dozen young martial emperors rushed in. Only the more mature martial emperors did not dare to act rashly. Boom! Just as the remaining martial emperors were still hesitating, the door to the ancient ruins suddenly closed. What was going on? Seeing that the entrance to the ancient ruins had disappeared, the martial emperors who had not entered became anxious. Chapter 290. Sir, you're right. We need to guard the exit even more strictly. It's a pity that we can't see what the ancient ruins look like. Many of the martial emperors who didn't enter were annoyed and regretful, but they agreed with the old man's words. Attack! Yi Hao shouted when he saw the 10 martial emperors enter. Although Yi Hao was only a rank 3 Emperor Wu, he had no problem dealing with a rank 1 martial emperor. Therefore, Yi Hao immediately faced off against a first-order martial emperor. Zhong Fei was fighting 4 martial emperors by himself while Wu Song was fighting 3 martial emperors by himself. Song He also faced a martial emperor. Although the dragon and devourer beast hadn't reached the rank of martial emperor, they were still able to hold back a martial emperor. Brat, you want to fight me? He Gan was shocked when he saw Zhong Fei and Wu Song's strength. He didn't understand where these cultivators came from. However, when he saw Yi Hao charging towards him, He Gan couldn't help but sneer. In He Gan's eyes, Yi Hao was only a rank 3 Emperor Wu, but he was just a small fry that he could kill in a second. Hehe, the spatial treasure is mine. Seeing Yi Hao, He Gan's face was filled with greed. He used 70% of his strength to attack Yi Hao. A huge wave rushed towards him. Yi Hao immediately used the 1,000 falling leaves palms. Brat, so what if you use martial skills? Because Yi Hao's cultivation was low, He Gan didn't even bother to use martial skills. In front of a powerful cultivator, even martial skills were useless. He obviously regretted looking down on Yi Hao. When the 1,000 falling leaves palms arrived in front of him, he was terrified. How is this possible? Although he didn't use any martial skills, he still used 70% of his strength. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Hao, his attack shouldn't have been shattered by Yi Hao's 1,000 falling leaves palms. Pu. The 1,000 falling leaves palms was already in front of him. It was impossible to dodge. He Gan was hit by hundreds of palms and was forced back dozens of steps. His chi and blood surged as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't move if you don't want to die. As soon as He Gan steadied himself, Yi Hao's voice rang in his ears. How is this possible? So fast. He Gan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the blood-stained jewel blades on his neck. How was this Emperor Wu rank 3? This was too abnormal. He was a martial emperor, yet he was defeated by a stage 3 Emperor Wu. How did you do it? He Gan looked at Yi Hao in shock. Who are you? It was impossible for such a genius to be so unknown. If you don't want to die, eat this pill. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way, Yi Hao said softly. What kind of pill is this? He Gan didn't dare to take it and asked cautiously. Yi Hao frowned and showed an impatient expression. The blood-stained jewel blades in his hands moved and instantly cut open a layer of He Gan's skin. Don't, I'll eat it. He Gan didn't want to die at this level. Even if Yi Hao's pill was poison, it wouldn't harm his life. Otherwise, Yi Hao wouldn't have done this. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing a first-order martial emperor. You have received 100,000 experience and 100,000 resurrection points. After He Gan swallowed the pill, a notification sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Go and help them. Yi Hao pointed at the giant dragon and said. The giant dragon and the other magical beasts' average strength was at Emperor Wu's level. It was already very good for them to be able to fight a martial emperor and not lose. Now that He Gan joined, they immediately had the upper hand. Are you crazy? How are you going to help them? The martial emperor was already angry, and now He Gan joined the battle. He originally thought that He Gan was on his side, but he didn't expect He Gan to help the magical beasts. I'll help you. Seeing that Song He and a martial emperor were fighting fiercely, Yi Hao immediately flew over. Trash also dares to be so arrogant. The martial emperor obviously didn't pay attention to the battle between Yi Hao and He Gan. Like He Gan, he was full of contempt for Yi Hao. Black Dragon Rush. The martial emperor roared, and a black dragon more than 10 meters long appeared on his weapon. It ferociously charged at Yi Hao. Earth-devouring palm. The black dragon rush's aura was very strong, and Yi Hao didn't dare to underestimate it. He immediately used an earth-level martial skill. A black hole formed in Yi Hao's hand, and it quickly collided with the black dragon. So strong. Yi Hao endured the huge impact, and his body retreated half a step. A third-order martial emperor was indeed several times stronger than a first-order martial emperor. Yi Hao abruptly stopped his retreat, and continued to transfer energy to the earth-devouring palm. This martial emperor had obviously reached third-order martial emperor earlier than Song He. Not only was he able to fight evenly with Song He, but he was also able to make Yi Hao suffer. Brat, let's see how long you can last. Seeing that Yi Hao could withstand his black dragon rush, the martial emperor was shocked. This was an earth-level martial skill, and even a first-order martial emperor would be seriously injured. However, Yi Hao was only a third-order Emperor Wu, and he only retreated half a step. The martial emperor moved his palm, and more energy was transferred into the black dragon's body. Roar. The black dragon seemed to be alive, and it roared towards the sky. It swung its tail, and fiercely collided with the earth-devouring palm. Bang tilde bang tilde. The black dragon continued to collide, and its energy was constantly depleted. Its body was also constantly shrinking. On the other hand, Yi Hao's earth-devouring palm was shrinking faster, and at the same time, a crack appeared on the surface of the palm. Break for me. Seeing that the earth-devouring palm was about to shatter, Yi Hao raised his blood-scar dual blades and roared loudly. Boom. The blood-scar dual blades slashed the black dragon's body, and the black dragon instantly shattered. Pu. After being hit by the powerful aftershock, Yi Hao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hey! How is this possible? What kind of weapon is this? How can it shatter my black dragon barrier? The shattering of the martial skill immediately attracted the martial emperor's attention. Yi Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his blood-scar dual blades and attacked the martial emperor again. The martial emperor originally thought that he could kill Yi Hao in one fell swoop, but now, he had used up more than half of his energy, and it was very difficult for him to fight against two people. He also didn't dare to use the black dragon barrier casually, because it consumed too much energy. If he couldn't kill Yi Hao in one fell swoop, then he would be doomed. As for Zhong Fei, he was even more ferocious and invincible. He was able to deal with 4 martial emperors with ease, and so far, he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position. The 4 martial emperors were also scheming against Zhong Fei, and they wanted to deplete his energy. Zhong Fei purposely revealed an opening, and as expected, an impatient martial emperor immediately fell for it. Zhong Fei's serpent spear fiercely attacked the martial emperor's abdomen. The impatient martial emperor was directly smashed to the ground. Even though it was a rocky ground, a huge crater several meters deep was smashed open. Chapter 291. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before Yi Hao finally subdued all of the martial emperors. Of course, they were all injured. 2 of them would rather die than submit, and 1 of them was stabbed to death by Zhong Fei's spear. The last one was the martial emperor who used the oolong chuang. At the crucial moment, he was split into 2 by Yi Hao. The oolong chuang was also dropped. You said you want to eat him? Hearing the devourer beast's voice in his mind, Yi Hao pointed at the martial emperor's corpse and asked. The devourer beast immediately nodded and stared at Yi Hao with desire. Then eat him. Although Yi Hao wasn't used to his demonic beast eating people, he didn't object. After receiving Yi Hao's approval, the devourer beast happily pounced on the martial emperor's corpse and swallowed it. Yi Hao stood at the side and watched. He wanted to see if the devourer beast would change after eating the martial emperor's corpse. Up until now, the devourer beast was still in the shape of a rock, which made Yi Hao very unhappy. His demonic beast wasn't mighty and domineering, but it couldn't be a rock. As if it knew Yi Hao's thoughts, the devourer beast suddenly trembled and its body began to change. After a few seconds, the devourer beast actually turned into the martial emperor he had swallowed. More importantly, even the aura was the same. "Greetings, my lord." The devourer beast's voice was a little shaky. "You can speak." Only Saint Realm demonic beasts could speak, but the devourer beast was only at Emperor Wu's level. No, when did it break through to Third Order Martial Emperor? Yi Hao looked at the devourer beast in shock. In the beginning, the devourer beast had only broken through to Emperor Wu's level after swallowing countless demonic beasts' corpses, which was a 7th Order demonic beast. However, this growth speed was already abnormal enough, even more abnormal than his own system. But how did it become a Third Order Martial Emperor in the blink of an eye? "My lord, this is my innate skill." The devourer beast replied honestly. Could this be the devourer's camouflage skill? But this was too awesome. Yi Hao wondered if the devourer could gain the strength of a martial god's corpse. "Master, what kind of magical beast is this?" "What a perverted magical beast. I've never heard of it before. He can actually take on the appearance of a devourer. Even his aura is exactly the same." When the group of subdued martial emperors saw the changes in the devouring beast, they were all flabbergasted. He's called the devouring beast. These people were now absolutely loyal to him, so Yi Hao did not hide it anymore. Devouring beast, just the name alone is enough to make one sick. "Do you think the devouring beast is related to the devouring demon god?" a martial emperor suddenly asked. "What?" Hearing this name, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. When Yi Hao saw the fear on everyone's faces, he was curious. "Who is the devouring demon god?" Reporting to my lord, a martial emperor immediately explained. No one knew the origin of the devouring demon god. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the devouring demon god grew rapidly. For others, it would take tens of thousands of years to cultivate to the martial god realm. Even for geniuses, it would take thousands of years. From the time the devouring demon god appeared to the time it took to conquer the continent, it was less than 100 years. He won countless followers, but of course, it also affected the interests and status of others. In the end, it inevitably led to a war. Since that time, the devouring demon god had never been seen again. It was said that he was killed by someone from the upper realm. Upper realm? Yi Hao heard another term. "Master, you don't know. It is said that the upper realm is the place to ascend after breaking through to the martial god realm. But whether it exists or not, we don't know," a martial emperor said with a wry smile. Yes. Yi Hao knew that the upper realm definitely existed. Because from the beginning, he had found out from the system that the Myriad Kingdom continent was just a low-level plane. But what shocked him was that the upper realm could intervene in the affairs of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Whether it was true or not, he had to be careful. Yi Hao looked at the devouring beast. He increasingly felt that the devouring beast was very similar to the devouring demon god that his subordinates had mentioned. "Why are you here?" In the beginning, the devouring beast could not speak. Yi Hao had many things that he was curious about but could not ask. Now, he hurriedly asked. Because there was plenty of time now, they had consumed more than half of their strength and some had even suffered serious injuries. Now, they had to recover well. One had to know that there were close to 30 martial emperors outside. They were currently trapped inside the ancient mountain ruins. If they did not deal with the people outside, they would not be able to walk out of the ancient ruins. Yi Hao could only pray that after recuperating, the ancient ruins would be opened again and another batch of martial emperors would be able to enter. This time, they rested for nearly a month. After all, the injuries that could injure a martial emperor were not minor. After everyone had recovered, Yi Zichen waited for everyone to recover. "You too, start. Remember to act more realistically." For nearly a month, Yi Hao had been thinking of ways to lure the martial emperors outside in. In the end, he could only think of a way that was not a way. After all, he could not use the same trick again. If he still used ridicule, he would definitely be suspected. Put it down, Lord. Song He and He Gan nodded. At the same time, they took the blood that Yi Hao handed over and poured it all on their bodies. It was as if they had just climbed out of a blood pool. You must be careful. Yi Hao did not forget to remind them. Because this was simply putting the two of them in danger. If anything happened to the two of them, they might be instantly killed as soon as they left the primordial ruins. Now, they could only rely on their luck. Otherwise, Yi Hao could not think of any other way. Rumble. Under the fiery gazes of the martial emperors outside, the ancient ruins finally opened after a month. Bang! When the ancient ruins opened to the size of a person, a black shadow suddenly flew out from inside. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a corpse. It was the corpse of the martial emperor that Zhong Fei had killed. At this moment, the injuries on his body were too horrible to look at. The martial emperors immediately went forward to check. Dead. There was actually such a fierce battle inside. What kind of treasure appeared? This martial emperor was a third-order martial emperor. In the outside world, his strength is not bad. Looking at the martial emperor's corpse covered in wounds, everyone turned pale with fright. You are really vicious. After obtaining the treasure, you still won't let me go. Suddenly, a person shot out from inside. It was the first-order martial emperor, Song He. Everyone, be careful. Song He's appearance immediately raised everyone's vigilance. I will definitely kill you. At this time, He Gan also flew out. In his hand was a weapon that was still dripping blood. However, when he looked at everyone, his eyes were filled with vigilance. Chapter 292. Everyone, don't believe him. I didn't get any treasure. He Gan immediately denied it. We'll know whether you got any treasure or not. If you don't, we won't hurt you. The martial emperors looked at He Gan greedily when they heard that he had a weapon. You want to get the treasure? You're delusional. He Gan sneered and ran toward the ancient ruins. Not good, chase him. The martial emperors were fooled when they saw that He Gan was running away. They thought that He Gan had really gotten the treasure. It was the same this time. Only a dozen or so people were let in before the door to the ancient ruins was closed. How could this happen? The martial emperors asked Song He when they saw the door close again. I don't know either. When we first entered, the door to the primordial remnant instantly closed. Song He quickly shook his head. Tell us, what is it like inside? What happened inside? The old man narrowed his eyes and asked Song He. Song He immediately answered honestly, there were countless demonic beasts inside, but we didn't know why the guy who scolded us could control them. We attacked together. In the end, we killed all the demonic beasts. When Yi Hao died, a 7-colored object appeared on his body. At that moment, the martial emperors suddenly attacked and snatched it. In the end, me, that bastard, and him survived. However, who would have thought that he would attack us? He killed him first and then wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I was lucky and managed to escape. The martial emperors transmitted their thoughts to Song He. I don't think he's lying. What do you think? He shouldn't be lying. There are countless demonic beasts in the ancient ruins. Could it be that the treasure can control demonic beasts? After everyone finished discussing, the old man suddenly attacked. While Song He was not paying attention, he struck Song He with his palm. Fat! What are you doing? Song He pretended to be exhausted. He was sent flying and crashed on the ground. He raised his head and asked with difficulty. He really is exhausted. He shouldn't be lying. The old man said slowly when he saw that the martial emperors were puzzled. The old man looked at Song He and said disdainfully, you should be grateful that I didn't kill you. Get lost. If you don't agree, come to the Bai Sheng dynasty and find me. What? He's from the Bai Sheng holy dynasty. Many people looked fearful when they heard the old man's words. One must know that any power that could be called a sacred dynasty was a famous power in the Myriad Kingdom continent. That was definitely a superpower with a martial sage overseeing it. They might even have a legendary martial god overseeing it. Among these martial emperors, most of them were from their own factions. Their own factions were the strongest. Clearly, they could not compare to the colossi. When Song He heard about the Bai Sheng holy dynasty, he didn't feel happy about it, but he didn't dare to argue. He looked terrified and quickly ran away. Although everyone was afraid of the old man's identity, this didn't mean that they would cower in the face of such a great opportunity. Your Highness, there's definitely a treasure appearing here. I won't have the time to take care of Your Highness in a while. Please leave first, Your Highness. The old man transmitted his voice to Bai Yi. Then please be careful, Elder Bai. Although Bai Yi was a spoiled brat, he knew what was more important and immediately left this troublesome place. Seeing Bai Yi leave, all the martial emperors resisted the urge to attack and let Bai Yi leave. When the martial emperors chased into the ancient ruins door suddenly closed. Attack! Yi Hao shouted and all the subordinates started to attack. The martial emperors were in a state of confusion. They didn't understand how these people were still alive and why they were obeying Yi Hao's orders. Eat my spear. This time, because there were more people, Zhong Fei didn't have to deal with all of them. He directly pounced on a martial emperor and heavily injured him in an instant. He then placed the snake spear on the martial emperor's head and said, "I want to live or die." The martial emperor was shocked. What kind of people were these? Did they have to be so strong? Before he could react, he was killed in one move. Even a peak martial emperor wasn't so strong. One had to know that he was a fifth-order martial emperor. He had once escaped from a peak martial emperor expert. When facing Zhong Fei, who was also a peak martial emperor, he didn't even have the chance to react before he was defeated. I want to live. Looking at the snake spear on his head that was emitting cold light, he couldn't muster up the courage to die. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate. It wasn't easy for him to reach this level. He didn't want to die. If he died and reincarnated, he didn't know if he would have the opportunity to become a martial emperor expert revered by millions. Therefore, he wanted to live. Eat it, Zhong Fei said as he tossed a mind control pill to him. At this time, Wu Song also defeated a martial emperor and forced him to eat the mind control pill. This time, the number of people on both sides was about the same. However, with Zhong Fei and Wu Song, they quickly defeated all 13 martial emperors. Fortunately, there was no one who would rather die than submit. They all obediently ate the mind control pill. At this time, on Yi Hao's side, including the devouring beast, Zhong Fei, and the others, there were a total of 24 martial emperors. If he counted himself, there would be 25 martial emperors. With so many martial emperors, they could compare to an imperial dynasty. After Yi Hao gained control of so many martial emperors at once, Xiao Chen's excited heart slowly calmed down. As long as he worked hard, not to mention so many martial emperors, he could even control martial gods. However, controlling martial emperors gave him a lot of benefits. However, the experience and revival points decreased significantly. After subduing so many martial emperors, he still did not level up. On the other hand, his revival points increased by nearly 6 million. He could now summon a peak Emperor Wu. Actually, the most dangerous thing was that he absolutely could not expose the mind control pill. Otherwise, the entire continent would fight over it. This was because the mind control pill was too heaven-defying. He did not even need to swear a martial oath and he could control an expert who was also very loyal to him. Not only did it not have any side effects, but it could also strengthen the talent of the controlled person. It was also because the controlled person in the ancient ruins would not betray him. They would not let others know. This was why Yi Hao dared to use the mind control pill. If he was outside, there would be many people watching. Yi Hao would not be willing to use the mind control pill. If he accidentally leaked it, it would be a fatal blow to him. Back in the Beast Monster sect, Yi Hao did not think too much when he used the mind control pill. However, he also instructed Sun Ba to delete the memories of the disciples who saw the mind control pill. At this moment, Yi Hao was in a dilemma. Apart from the old man and Bai Yi, whom he had to kill, The other martial emperors did not have any deep grudges with him. If he could subdue them, Yi Hao naturally wanted to do so. Although the EXP was a little low, it would definitely play a role in the development of his forces. Chapter 293. Let's wait and see. If I can lure one in, I'll do it. Yi Hao made up his mind. If he recruited one more martial emperor, his forces would be strengthened. Yi Hao was reluctant to give up this opportunity. This time, no one was seriously injured, so they recovered faster than last time. In less than 10 days, everyone had recovered to their peak strength. Under Yi Hao's command, the Devourer beast opened the primordial relic again. The people outside saw the primordial relic open, but no one came out this time. The primordial relic was full of unknown dangers, but they were also very curious. Did everyone inside die? The martial emperors waited for a day and a night, but no one came out of the primordial relic. Similarly, no one dared to go in, because those who went in were destined to be attacked by the martial emperors outside even if they obtained treasures. Therefore, none of them dared to act rashly. You guys, go in and take a look. There were also some rogue cultivators who were reluctant to leave. They wanted to rely on their luck to fight for an opportunity. The old man used his martial path power to bind the 3 Emperor Wu's realms and said to them, "Yes." The 3 Emperor Wu were afraid and happy at the same time. With these martial emperors around, they did not dare to go near the primordial relic. They could only watch from afar. Even if they saw the door to the primordial relic open again, they would be very envious. After all, there were many opportunities inside, and they might be able to soar to the sky. After receiving the old man's order, the 3 quickly took out their weapons and walked into the primordial relic cautiously. Finally, someone came in. Yi Hao waited for a day and a night, and his patience was almost exhausted. He was ready to give up and kill his way out. Suddenly, 3 people walked in one after another. However, when Yi Hao saw their cultivation, he was a little unhappy. He was a little reluctant to waste the mind control pill. Now that he controlled so many martial emperors, he finally knew the value of the mind control pill. I'm kneeling. The 3 Emperor Wu walked into the primordial relic excitedly. In the end, they saw dozens of pairs of eyes looking at them. The 3 of them could not stand the strong pressure and directly knelt on the ground. "Hey! Why am I here when I woke up? Lords, we were forced to do this. Please spare our lives. Young master, I can tell with a single glance that you are handsome and elegant. Please let us go." Instantly, the auras of more than 20 martial emperors. The 3 martial emperors knelt at Yi Hao's feet and begged for mercy with tears and snot. Hey! Yi Hao really wanted to slap the 3 of them to death. Forget it, even a fly's leg is meat. Yi Hao reluctantly took out 3 mind-controlling pills. Eat them, and I'll spare your lives. The 3 martial emperors did not dare to disobey the stern-looking young man in front of them. Furthermore, they were the weakest among them. They immediately swallowed the mind-controlling pill as Yi Hao had instructed. "Attack with me!" The dragon roared and flew out of the ancient ruins. "Follow the Lord to kill the enemy." Zhong Fei took out his weapon and shouted. Then, he flew out with Yi Hao. "You didn't die. How is that possible?" The dragon hovered at the entrance of the ancient ruins. It was emitting dragon power. The old man looked at Yi Hao, who was standing on the dragon's back with a weapon. He couldn't believe it. "Old man, how could I die if you didn't die?" Yi Hao looked at the old man. His eyes were full of killing intent. If he didn't enter the ancient ruins, he would have died in the hands of this old man. He swore to take revenge. "Young emperor, you are just a piece of trash. What right do you have to call yourself an emperor in front of us?" One of the martial emperors sneered when he heard how Yi Hao addressed him. "That's not right. How did he reach the level of Emperor Wu?" The martial emperor looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and his expression changed. Everyone checked Yi Hao's cultivation. They found that Yi Hao had indeed reached the level of Emperor Wu from the martial spirit realm. "Boy, tell us. What treasure did you get that allowed you to break through so quickly?" A first-order martial emperor asked immediately. Noisy. Yi Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't get angry, but at the same time, he used the black dragon dash. You dare to attack me? You must be tired of living. The other martial emperors didn't think much of Yi Hao's attack. Although Yi Hao had reached the level of Emperor Wu, he was still a piece of trash in their eyes. It was simply wishful thinking for a martial emperor to want to attack a martial emperor. The martial emperor who was attacked didn't care about Yi Hao's attack. All the martial emperors looked at Yi Hao with disdain. They were like cats playing with a mouse. They wanted to play with Yi Hao in the palm of their hand. They weren't in a hurry to kill Yi Hao. What kind of look is that? The martial emperor who was attacked saw the pity and mockery in Yi Hao's eyes. He couldn't help but panic. Kill him! Yi Hao suddenly shouted. The black dragon that was less than a meter long suddenly grew bigger. It became more than 10 meters long and crashed into the martial emperor's body. Peng Tilda, the first-order martial emperor, didn't even have the chance to react. He was turned into ashes by the black dragon dash. Ding dong, congratulations on killing a first-order martial emperor. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500,000 soul points. It seems that killing people gives a lot of experience points. It's 10 times the experience points. Even the soul points are 5 times more. Yi Hao came to a conclusion when he heard the notification in his mind. This was the second martial emperor who died in his hands. Including the one killed by Zhong Fei, there were a total of 3 martial emperors. Combining the experience points and soul points of the 3, Yi Hao knew the difference between subduing and killing a martial artist. At this time, the remaining martial emperors, the experts hidden in the surroundings, and the crowd of onlookers. Obviously, they still couldn't react to what had happened. This was a martial emperor. He was killed in an instant. Most importantly, this person was the Emperor Wu that everyone looked down on. At this time, everyone felt their faces burning. It was as if they had been slapped by Yi Hao. How did this kid do it? This is too heaven-defying. Is he really just Emperor Wu? How can he be so powerful? He actually killed a martial emperor in an instant. Nonsense, didn't you hear what those martial emperors said? This kid is definitely Emperor Wu. There's no doubt about it. But this is too powerful. Everyone knows that the gap between realms is huge. This is a gap of a whole realm. Chapter 294. Don't worry too much. There's something strange about this kid. Let's take him down first. The old man suddenly felt ill at ease. He glanced at Yi Hao, then at the ancient ruins with its stone door wide open. The old man immediately spoke. Let's do as Elder Bai says. The martial emperors were displeased to see Yi Hao daring enough to kill a martial emperor in front of them. Die, kid. The martial emperors immediately joined forces and attacked Yi Hao. You want to see who has more people? Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Yes, we have more people. What can you do? Before he could finish his sentence, several people walked out of the ancient ruins one after another. Whoever dares to hurt my master will have to go through me, Zhong Fei. Whoever dares to hurt my master will have to go through me, Wu Song. Whoever dares to hurt my master. Before the martial emperors could attack Yi Hao, a group of Yi Hao's subordinates immediately stood in front of Yi Hao. Who are you people? Is he your master? The old man asked warily. He was a 7th-order martial emperor, which was enough for him to stand proudly above the martial emperors. After all, he was a member of the Saint dynasty. How could these wandering martial emperors compare to him? However, when Zhong Fei and Wu Song appeared, he immediately panicked. The two's auras were not weaker than his. In fact, they were much stronger. I'm from the Saint dynasty. May I know who this young master is? When he saw more than 20 martial emperors standing in front of Yi Hao, and Yi Hao's mount was a giant dragon, he began to lower his guard and ask. However, he was still worried. He held a transportation talisman in his hand. If something went wrong, he would escape immediately. The Saint dynasty is nothing. Kill them. Yi Hao curled his lips disdainfully and ordered his subordinates. Ah! The old man was obviously choked by Yi Hao's words. The Bisheng sacred dynasty was their trump card. As long as they revealed their name, no one would dare to act recklessly. However, Yi Hao's attitude made him very unhappy. Since they had already shed all pretenses, the old man no longer continued to pretend. Everyone, I do not know what evil means this brat used to make these martial emperors listen to his orders. If we don't join hands, it seems like we won't be able to leave this place today. At the same time, we must kill this evil bastard. The old man spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, causing the martial emperors to repeatedly nod their heads. Hearing the old man's impassioned speech, Yi Hao said disdainfully, "No matter what you say, it can't compare to the evil in your heart." Yi Hao clearly knew that all the martial emperors before him were people who placed benefits above all else. Otherwise, they would not have waited here for him for so long. Earth-devouring palm, Oolong Chuang, Zhong Fei, come with me and take down this old thing. Yi Hao suddenly attacked and shouted at Zhong Fei at the same time. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Dozens of martial emperors instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Martial skills that filled the sky kept on clashing with each other, creating earth-shattering explosions. This was a battle between martial emperors. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to get close. He could only watch from afar. "Brat, you are still too inexperienced." The old man dodged Zhong Fei's attack and sneakily attacked Yi Hao. Bang! The old man immediately used a martial skill and shattered Yi Hao's weapon. At the same time, he attacked Yi Hao. He wanted to kill Yi Hao first. "Don't you dare hurt my master!" Zhong Fei shouted angrily. The snake spear in his hand unleashed a shockwave and shattered the old man's attack. "The difference between us is still too big." Knowing the difference between him and the old man, Yi Hao did not dare to attack rashly. He left the battlefield to the old man and Zhong Fei. Meanwhile, he kept on attacking. "Brat, you are too cunning." The old man could not help but curse. He was not Zhong Fei's match to begin with. When he fought against Zhong Fei, he had to give it his all. In the end, Yi Hao kept on using martial skills on him when he was not paying attention. It affected him greatly. In a short while, Zhong Fei stabbed several bloody holes into his body. Strange, where is Bai Yi? Yi Hao continued to attack as he scanned the surroundings. However, he did not find Bai Yi's figure. Otherwise, he would definitely kill Bai Yi with his own hands. Beast devouring art. Suddenly, the devouring beast roared. An unparalleled suction force appeared from the devouring beast's palm and firmly sucked in a third-order martial emperor expert. Damn it, why is it like this? The third-order martial emperor expert wanted to struggle. However, the more he struggled, the more chaotic the energy in his body became. Moreover, it was getting more and more out of his control. "Turn into my strength," the devouring beast said shakily. "No, no." The third-order martial emperor expert felt the energy in his body, as well as his spiritual force and blood essence, being rapidly sucked out of his body. He immediately panicked and screamed. What a powerful martial skill. It is similar to the star-sucking great skill in novels. Yi Hao noticed the devouring beast's actions. He originally thought that the devouring beast would need to devour corpses to increase his cultivation. However, it seemed that there was no need for that. This devouring beast art had the same effect through different means. Could it be that the devouring beast is related to the devouring archdevil? Yi Hao was suspicious. Otherwise, the devouring beast was too heaven-defying. It actually had its own martial skill. Fortunately, it was his demonic beast. If it was someone else's demonic beast, he would have killed it immediately. It was a huge threat. In a secret territory of the Myriad Kingdom continent, a wooden old man suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. The devouring archdevil's aura. How is it possible? Wasn't he killed? The old man did not have any aura. He was like an ordinary old man. However, he was a martial god expert in the Myriad Kingdom continent. First, it was the innate sacred martial spirit body. Then, it was the birth of a divine artifact. Now, there is the devouring archdevil. This myriad kingdom continent is not going to be peaceful, the old man muttered. Because the devouring archdevil was too powerful, he could never forget the devouring archdevil's aura. Therefore, he could sense the devouring archdevil's aura. However, he could not determine the exact location of the devouring archdevil. No matter what, I must not let the devouring archdevil grow. The old man made up his mind and immediately took out a bronze mirror. Immediately, 3 heads appeared in the bronze mirror. Eastern Shore, you have sensed it too. Eastern Shore, the myriad kingdom continent is not going to be peaceful. Eastern Shore, you old man. I thought you had passed away. The 4 of them were the famous 4 demons. Each of them was a peak martial god. They occupied the top regions of the myriad kingdom continent and were basically invincible. The 4 demons belonged to an alliance. They were formed by the 4 demons of the north, south, east and west. As for why they were called that, no one knew. Over the years, even they only remembered the titles of the 4 demons. Each of them had forgotten their own names. They had not seen each other for a long time. As soon as they met, they quarreled endlessly. East Fiend God suddenly took out a token. When the other 3 saw this token, they instantly quietened down. The 4 Demons Alliance Leader Token. Chapter 295. The leader of the 4 Fiends Alliance changed once every 1,000 years, and the Alliance Leader token only rotated among the 4 Fiends. Of course, once the Alliance Master token is released, it will definitely set off a bloody storm in the Myriad Kingdom continent. The rest of the God-rank forces in the Myriad Kingdom continent had to avoid their sharpness. That was because the 4 Fiends were an alliance of 4 peak powers. Once the Alliance head command was issued, the resources of the 4 peak powers would be unconditionally used. Pass down my orders. Mobilize all forces of the 4 divine nations to search for the devouring demon god's aura. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. If he's found, kill him immediately. Yes, Alliance Master. The 4 of them replied respectfully. Western Fiend God, contact the other divine nations and tell them that if they don't want the same thing to happen again, they'd better help us with all their might. Western Shore receives the decree. Yi Hao didn't know that he had attracted the attention of the 4 divine nations because of the devourer beast. He was now in danger. Little bastard, you can be arrogant, but my Bai Sheng Holy Empire will not let you go. The old man was attacked by Yi Hao again, and at the same time, he had to dodge Zhong Fei's attacks. He knew that if he continued to waste time here, he would die here, so he immediately activated the transmission talisman that he had been holding in his hand. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll raise the 1,000 beasts sect to the ground. Seeing the words on Yi Hao's clothes, the old man's eyes flashed with viciousness. Zhong Fei, stop him. Yi Hao panicked. He had actually overlooked this. He would never have guessed that the old man would have a teleportation talisman. Boom. Zhong Fei attacked the teleportation talisman fiercely. Ha ha ha, the teleportation talisman has been activated. You guys actually want to interrupt it? Seeing Zhong Fei's frenzied attacks, the old man sneered. You lowly trash, just wait for the wrath of my sacred dynasty. The old man had just finished his sentence when he teleported away. Master, your subordinate is useless. Seeing the old man escape, Zhong Fei felt a little vexed. This is not your fault. Yi Hao did not look good. He did not expect the old man to have a backup plan. Most importantly, the old man's background turned out to be a holy dynasty. Yi Hao looked at the people who were fighting and said with a hint of annoyance, kill them all. Leave no one alive. He needed enough soul points and resurrection points. Only by summoning a martial saint could he fight against a sacred dynasty. Zhong Fei was extremely vexed that the old man managed to escape. As for the remaining martial emperors, they naturally became the targets for him to vent his anger on. Die. Zhong Fei flew towards a martial emperor. With a light flick of the serpent spear in his hand, the martial emperor's head exploded. After the battle ended, Yi Hao checked the experience and soul points he had obtained. He had gained more than 40 million experience points and could probably level up again. His soul points had also increased to more than 27 million. If this had happened a moment ago, Yi Hao would have jumped up in excitement. However, at this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. That was because 27 million soul points were still too little. He was still 23 million soul points away from summoning a martial saint expert. Since the old man had said that he wanted to raise the Thousand Beasts sect to the ground, it meant that the Bisheng Holy Dynasty would attack the Thousand Beasts sect sooner or later. He had to be prepared. Yi Hao looked at the experts hiding in the dark and the rogue cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation. All of them were greedily waiting for an opportunity. Yi Hao transmitted his voice to his subordinates. More than 20 martial emperors immediately joined forces to create a barrier to seal the space. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to silence us by killing us? Let us out quickly. Everyone panicked when they were suddenly sealed in the barrier. They did not expect Yi Hao to suddenly attack. Since I have not killed you, I am giving you a chance. Those who swear an oath will be used by me. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy, Yi Hao said as he looked at the thousands of people who were sealed in the barrier. You want me to swear an oath? Wishful thinking. A martial emperor said disdainfully. Kill. Yi Hao spat out a word. More than 20 martial emperors suddenly attacked him at the same time and instantly turned into nothingness. Everyone did not expect this to happen. Yi Hao did not give them a chance and immediately attacked. You are a demon. You will suffer retribution. A rogue cultivator pointed at Yi Hao's nose and scolded. Kill. Yi Hao's face was cold as he only said one word. At this critical moment, he had no choice but to do so. There were thousands of martial artists here. If he used the mind-controlling pill to control them, not only would he be exposed, but more importantly, there were not enough mind-controlling pills. Swear or not, I will give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you want to live, kneel on the ground. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless, Yi Hao said again as he looked at the people who were still hesitating. 10. 9. Yi Hao's cold and emotionless voice was like the bell of the Grim Reaper. It kept striking at everyone's hearts. Everyone felt that they were living in torment every moment. Of course, they could only blame themselves for being too greedy. If they were not greedy, they would not have been hiding here. Instead, they would have been captured by Yi Hao. Today, they had killed more than 20 martial emperors. If the news spread, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. After all, no one was willing to see someone grow rapidly and threaten their status. Since Yi Hao was able to kill more than 20 martial emperors, he would definitely attract some attention. In order to strengthen their own interests, they would definitely make a move against Yi Hao. Although the news would leak if they surrounded everyone here, it would at least give them some time to develop. In the end, more than half of the people still swore. However, there were still a small number of people who would rather die than submit. Looking at the people who would rather die than submit, their eyes filled with intense hatred. Yi Hao spat out the word kill. I am an emperor. I have no choice. Yi Hao's voice reached everyone's ears. This was because the stronger a person was, the heavier the burden on their shoulders would be. If they were merciful and let these people go, these people might not let them go. Instead, they would have to bear the brunt of the disaster. A rain of blood, 100 flowers withered. This was the first time Yi Hao took the initiative to make a move against these innocent people for his own interests. However, in the future, such things would definitely happen frequently. This was because a merciful person would not be able to gain a foothold in the Myriad Kingdom continent, much less become a qualified emperor. Only a decisive person could break the chaotic situation of the Myriad Kingdom continent and become the ruler of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Clean up the battlefield. Yi Hao instructed the martial emperors. My lord, look who I caught. At this moment, Song He flew back with a smile. He was holding a person in his hand. Bai Yi. Yi Hao looked at Bai Yi in Song He's hand. He did not expect such a coincidence. Bai Yi had already escaped but was still caught. Quickly let go of me. Do you know who I am? Bai Yi, who was caught in Song He's hand, still had the aura of a profligate son as he shouted loudly, "Kneel down." Song He kicked Bai Yi's knee. "You actually want me to kneel? I will have my imperial father exterminate your entire clan." Bai Yi was not afraid of anyone other than his imperial father. This was because as long as he exposed his background, even a martial sage would have to curry favor with him. "Elder Bai, quickly come and save me." Bai Yi still did not know that Elder Bai had escaped and shouted loudly. Chapter 296. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll cut your tongue off. Yi Hao kicked Bai Yi's crotch. Bai Yi bent over in pleasure, his legs clamped around his crotch. His expression was one of disbelief. "You hit me. How dare you hit me? Is there something wrong with this guy's head?" Yi Hao and Song He exchanged glances, then looked at Bai Yi awkwardly. Sob, someone actually dared to hit me. I don't want to live anymore. Bai Yi suddenly started crying, and actually started rolling on the ground. "Master, is there something wrong with this guy?" Seeing Bai Yi crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang himself, this was not how a prince of the sacred dynasty should behave. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes at Bai Yi. Although this Bai Yi was a spoiled brat, he could not possibly be retarded. Yi Hao suddenly noticed Bai Yi's little trick. His eyes flashed, and he immediately took out his blood-stained dual sabers, and slashed at Bai Yi's right hand. Yi Hao raised his sabers, and picked up the severed hand. As expected, there was a transportation talisman in his hand, but he did not have the time to use it. How could the master not have something that even a servant had? This Bai Yi's acting was a little too much. Otherwise, Yi Hao might not have noticed. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to destroy your entire family." Bai Yi did not expect his little trick to be discovered by Yi Hao. And one of his hands was chopped off. He shouted in pain. "You'd better take care of yourself first. Your life is in my hands now," Yi Hao said mockingly. "Just kill me. I won't say anything." Bai Yi looked at Yi Hao viciously, and said fearlessly, "Kill him." Bai Yi's fearless face instantly fell. Normally, shouldn't Yi Hao threaten him, and then he would answer honestly? Why did this Yi Hao not play by the rules, and kill him just like that? "Don't you want to know anything from me?" Seeing that Song His palm was about to land on his head. He had not lived long enough, and he immediately shouted in fear. How despicable. Yi Hao was so angry that he almost laughed. "Tell me, what's your name? What's your background?" Yi Hao looked at Bai Yi and asked. "My name is Bai Yi. I'm a prince of the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty. I advise you to be honest. Let me go, and I won't pursue this matter with you." Bai Yi threatened Yi Hao after revealing his identity. Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty. Yi Hao read the name and added it to his blacklist. Bai Yi looked at Yi Hao and held his broken arm. "Are you scared? The Saint Dynasty isn't something you can mess with. Let me go. I'm not scared of you." Yi Hao really didn't understand what was in Bai Yi's head. Could it be shit? He was already at death's door, yet he was still courting death. Yi Hao kicked Bai Yi in the mouth. "No, how dare you kick me? No, just you wait." Bai Yi's eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke vaguely. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you right now. Do you believe me?" Bai Yi shrunk his neck when he heard Yi Hao's words. In his heart, he was already prepared. As long as he was given a chance to live, he would definitely tear Yi Hao into pieces. But he didn't understand where Elder Bai had run off to. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have gone back to his country. He wouldn't have fallen into Yi Hao's hands. "Tell me, what's the strongest person in the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty?" Yi Hao asked the question he was most concerned about. "Second order martial god." Bai Yi answered immediately. "Beat him if he doesn't tell the truth." Yi Hao ordered Song He. "Woo tilde, it's really second order martial god. I'm not lying." Bai Yi hugged his head and whined. "Alright, next question. How many martial gods are there?" Yi Hao scratched his head and continued asking. "I'm not lying. Why did you hit me?" Bai Yi raised his pig-like head and looked at Yi Hao with a wronged expression. Yi Hao didn't know if Bai Yi was telling the truth or not. He just wanted to know if Bai Yi was telling the truth. He couldn't possibly tell Bai Yi that. You still dare to talk nonsense? Yi Hao glared at Bai Yi. There's only one martial god, old ancestor. Bai Yi shrank back in fear, afraid that Yi Hao would hit him again. This was troublesome. Although he was only a martial god, there was no doubt that it gave him a lot of pressure. Not to mention a martial god, Yi Hao probably couldn't even deal with a martial saint. Yi Hao asked Bai Yi some more questions and threw him into the dragon prison lake and locked him up. Peak Master Yuan. Yi Hao returned to the Thousand Beasts sect and saw Yuan Guopeng sitting down. My lord, you can just call me by my name, Yuan Guopeng said respectfully when he saw that Yi Hao was fine and had returned safely to the sect. I have something to tell you. Yi Hao told him about the Bai Sheng holy sect that might come looking for trouble. What? Yuan Guopeng was shocked. My lord, why haven't you left yet? Seeing that Yuan Guopeng was so concerned about him, Yi Hao was relieved. I plan to move the Thousand Beasts sect into the primordial ruins first. What do you think? Move into the primordial ruins? But can we go in? Yuan Guopeng asked worriedly. Go and call all the peak masters here. Yi Hao didn't answer and said to Yuan Guopeng instead. I'm worried that they won't agree. Yuan Guopeng didn't look too good. He was afraid that those peak masters wouldn't listen to Yi Hao and hand Yi Hao over. That would be troublesome. Go and call them over first. I think they will agree, Yi Hao said softly. What a joke. All the peak masters and most of the important elders were already his people. Who would dare to disagree? I'll give it a try then. Yuan Guopeng nodded although he was still worried. I say, Peak Master Yuan, what's the matter? Can't you just say it? That's right. I still have to guide my disciples in refining pills. Could it be that Peak Master Yuan found some incredible treasure in the primordial ruins? A group of people rushed into Yuan Guopeng's hall noisily. But after entering the hall, everyone quieted down instantly. The reason for the silence was the young man who was sleeping at the top of the hall. Take a look, Peak Master. This Xia Hao is way too arrogant. All of you Peak Masters have arrived, yet he dares to sit on the main seat and even dare to sleep. A small elder who was jealous of Yi Hao instigated in front of the Beast Peak Master. When Yuan Guopeng saw that Yi Hao had fallen asleep, he was also a little anxious. He didn't care about this. Yi Hao could sleep anywhere. But this wasn't the right time. He had something important to discuss with the Peak Masters. Whether the Peak Masters would agree or not was another matter. Now that Yi Hao had fallen asleep, it would undoubtedly be troublesome if the Peak Masters caught him. When he heard the words of the small elder, he already knew that the Beast Peak Master would definitely use this as a pretext to make a fuss and mock him and Yi Hao. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.